Chapter 748. Han Fei didn't care about the 3 dead half-mermaids at all. However, the remaining ones were more difficult to deal with. How could it be so easy to kill them? For example, at this moment, Yu Ji's eyes turned white, and a soul storm rolled up in the seabed cave. The other 3 almost simultaneously burst out an amazing soul shock power. This surprised Han Fei. Could it be that all half-mermaids could use spiritual attacks? Although the intensity of their attacks varied, the fact was that they could use all of them. And among humans, there were very few people who could use spiritual attacks and soul collisions, including Han Fei himself. Except for the war soul art and the soul-splitting technique that he hadn't learned, he didn't know anything else. Of course, the ghost eel was not invincible. After being hit several times, even a legendary creature couldn't withstand such violent spiritual attacks. This was the 3rd time it was hit, and rocks shattered all over the ground. Yu Ji yelled, "Yugon, go grab the spiritual plant treasures. We'll stop this creature." When Han Fei heard that, he immediately felt awful. "Do you know how poisonous that thing is?" "Me. I'll be poisoned if I touch it. If ordinary people don't have an antidote, they will die in 3 days." "Are you kidding me?" However, Han Fei thought for a moment. He didn't need to fight. No matter how weak the ghost eel was, it could at least kill one more. As for himself, Han Fei was dripping with blood all over. He struggled and climbed out of the rock wall. After rushing out, he rushed directly to the fateful poison grass. How could the ghost eel let Han Fei succeed? With a roar, its huge tail whipped over. Among them, a half-mermaid's back was shining with golden light, and a big water-shaped hand, clenched into a fist, smashed at the ghost shadow of the ghost eel. Bam! Boom! The huge force of 6 million kilograms directly slapped the half-mermaid far away, and nearly half of his bones were broken. However, Yu followed closely behind, slashing the ghost eel's tail with the golden harpoon. In Han Fei's perception, a small part of the tail had been split open. "Wow, this Yu is quite fierce." Yu shouted, "Yugon, grab the spiritual plant treasure quickly. If you dare to make any strange movements, I'll kill you immediately." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Kill the ghost eel first. Anyway, I'm just a bystander. You want me to dig up the fateful poison grass? Hee, is there something wrong with my brain?" Han Fei took the opportunity to stretch out a hand to the fateful poison grass. In the next moment, a barrier appeared. Then, without caring about anything else, Han Fei simply lay on the ground and twitched. Yu Ji shot out a bit of starlight to block the ghost eel's bite. Her whole body hit the rock wall, bleeding from her 7 orifices. But seeing that Han Fei was twitching, Yu Ji immediately shouted, "Not good! There's something wrong with that spiritual plant." Han Fei struggled to get up, only to lie down again. Then he said with difficulty, "There's poison!" In Han Fei's body, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect had already moved. A streak of gray mist had already been dragged in front of it, and it was happily devouring it mouthful by mouthful. Han Fei, on the other hand, lay beside the fateful poison grass, feeling that the spiritual energy and vitality in his body were being devoured bit by bit. He was speechless. Haven't the spiritual energy of Yu Ji and the others been exhausted yet? In such a fierce battle, the spiritual energy stored in their bodies should be almost exhausted, right? Sure enough, as Yu Ji shouted, everyone activated the secret method almost at the same time. In a milky white spiritual shock, a half-mermaid was hit by the head of the ghost eel beside Han Fei, and the barrier protecting the fateful poison grass was broken. The half-mermaid glanced at Han Fei lying on the ground, and his face changed slightly. "This thing is poisonous." When he looked at his hands again, he suddenly found that his hands were already gray and black. The half-mermaid roared, "Not good! It's highly poisonous. This thing is highly poisonous." However, it was too late. The ghost eel slapped Yu Ji, and Yu away and bit at the half-mermaid again. With just one bite, it swallowed the half-mermaid. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. This ghost eel is really fierce. It fought 7 half-mermaid heavenly talents alone because it was not afraid of ordinary attacks. This strength was already extremely strong. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, are all creatures above the legendary level so terrifying? If the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold were level 53, it should be very easy for them to beat these people, right? Not to mention the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. He might be able to whip them to death one by one. As for little gold, he could kill 2 or 3 of them with a lightning blade as if it were child's play. See God's possession. A huge phantom of tens of meters high suddenly emerged from Yuji's body, holding a dazzling golden harpoon phantom, and in an instant the ghost eel was nailed not far away from Han Fei. Han Fei was shocked. The ghost eel was poked and revealed itself. What kind of attack was this? See God's possession? What was the difference between it and the Sea King? However, Yuji didn't seem to be feeling well either. Her whole body was spurting blood wildly as if she had suffered a serious backlash. The half-mermaid who had just been bitten to death ran out of the void at this moment. He had used his immortal seal, and his face was extremely ugly at the moment. Han Fei sighed secretly. Sure enough, a level 53 legendary creature, like the ghost eel, was going to be defeated in the end. It was not that it wasn't strong enough, but that it was already terrifyingly strong. However, its opponents were all heavenly talents, and each of them had 2 lives and could launch soul attacks or mental attacks. How could he win? No matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand so many attacks. Another half-mermaid with half of its bones broken rushed over and stabbed at the ghostly half-mermaid. The golden harpoon plunged into the head of the phantom of the ghost eel. Yu vomited a mouthful of blood and said, "Okay, this damn thing is dead. The question is, what kind of spiritual plant is this? Why is its toxicity so strong?" However, as soon as Yu relaxed and was about to walk forward, a sudden change happened. The phantom curled up, and the ghost eel directly rolled up the 2 of them, and a terrifying power suddenly broke out. Puff, cough, puff, cough. At that moment, Yu didn't even have time to react and saw his 2 companions being rolled into meat patties. After making this last blow, the ghost eel stopped moving as if it was really going to die at any time. Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, "Anyway, they are all ghosts which should be invisible. I'll take them." Seeing that he succeeded, Han Fei immediately said to the ghost eel via voice transmission, "Big guy, I'm a good guy. I'll save you now. Don't resist. When the time is right, I'll help you kill these guys." The ghost eel trembled slightly, and you didn't dare to rush forward, but stood dozens of meters away and observed secretly. "I'll take them." Immediately, the huge phantom of the ghost eel disappeared out of thin air. This directly startled Yu and the seriously injured Yuji. When the other person ran out of the void, he immediately swooshed away from the fateful poison grass. Where are the creatures? Han Fei was speechless. There were only 3 of them left. Yuji was covered in blood and dying, leaning against the rock wall, panting. Yu and the other person were in relatively good condition. At this time, Yu, instead of studying the fateful poison grass, came to Yuji. He tilted his head and inserted a harpoon into Yuji's heart. Han Fei's pupils constricted. What the F***CK is this? Yu glanced at the other half-mermaid and said, "Yu Fei, can you continue to tolerate Yuji? Kill her. Take her sea-swallowing seashell, and you and I will rise." Yu Fei was stunned. "This, Yuji has an immortal seal." Yu sneered. "So what?" She used the sea god's secret method in that blow, just now, which consumed too much energy. Even if the immortal seal can protect her from death, it can't guarantee that her strength will recover. In the end, she is still extremely weak. Yu Fei's eyes flickered. What should we say then? You said coldly she died in the battle. Yu Li and the others have all died in the battle. Do you think we can't find an excuse? Han Fei continued to lie on the ground, thinking to himself, this Yu is not easy to deal with. I'm afraid he has wanted to kill Yu Ji for a long time. The void trembled, and Yu Ji tried to run as soon as she appeared. However, another terrifying sea god strike broke out and directly nailed her to the ground. Yu Ji's eyes were a little unfocused. You are so cruel. Ha ha ha. Haven't you always been high and mighty? Haven't you looked down on me? You don't take me as a human being. Do you regret it now? Yu Fei held the harpoon, hesitating. He knew that at this time, Yu had almost no strength to fight anymore. Should he take the opportunity to kill Yu? However, whether it was Yu Ji or Yu, they both had Dying Strike. That power might be useless against the ghost eel. However, for him, he was almost unable to resist it. Yu looked back. Throw Yu Ji onto the spiritual plant barrier and poison her. Yu is not stupid. If he killed Yu Ji, it would inevitably trigger the Dying Strike. At that time, he wouldn't be able to survive. However, if he poisoned Yu Ji, then the Dying Strike might break the barrier, wouldn't it? Yu Ji was seriously injured and said with difficulty, you will be judged for killing your own kind. Bam! Yu patted Yu Ji's head with his harpoon. Who do you think you are? What happened to your usual high and mighty demeanor? I will step on your dead body and become one of the leaders of the new generation. Yu Ji was knocked out by Yu's harpoon. Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that the sea demons were not harmonious with each other. Sure enough, where there was intelligent life, there would always be competition. Yu grabbed Yu Ji's hair and dragged her towards the fateful poison grass. On the way, he glanced at Yu Fei. Smart people should know how to choose. Yu Fei immediately bowed his head. Yu Fei is willing to follow Lord Yu. Ha ha ha. Puff! While Yu was laughing, his neck was suddenly pierced. He glanced at Yu Fei, then looked down at Han Fei lying on the ground, and his eyes widened. Han Fei waved his hand. Are you surprised or not? Yu. Third night watch. Asking for votes. Monthly votes. Although it's the third night watch, don't panic. The story is very long. Take it slowly. In the recent critical period, everyone should try not to go out. More and more people are infected. End of this chapter. Chapter 749. Yu was dumbfounded. This feeling of falling from the top made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. How could this damn Yugon still be alive? Had this damn Yugon been pretending all this time? However, at that moment, he had already used the amulet. Therefore, he didn't even have time to dodge Han Fei's blow. Han Fei felt the void tremble and perceived that there seemed to be a strange force pulling Yu out. Except for the last time he experienced the immortal seal, this was the closest Han Fei had ever felt the immortal seal. A spatial fluctuation? Before he had a chance to feel it, the spatial fluctuation disappeared. Of course, Han Fei knew that it was some kind of power of the immortal seal that dragged Yu into a certain mysterious domain. Unfortunately, if he could master this kind of spatial fluctuation, would he be able to ignore the opponent's immortal seal and directly kill him? As soon as Yu died, Yu Fei was shocked and wanted to escape from Han Fei. However, how could Han Fei let him do that? When Han Fei attacked Yu, he had already locked Yu Fei with the void chain. Little Fatty took the opportunity to suck Yu Fei's limbs. Han Fei's harpoon had already been shot out. Terrifying power gathered, and in the blink of an eye, it had pierced through the ultra-quality battle suit on Yu Fei's body. Who are you? Yu Fei was extremely shocked. Han Fei's attack was too fast. At the moment when Yu died, he was already bound. Are you King telling me that this is something that a newly awakened Azure Sea Blue Demon can do? Han Fei swam dozens of meters with Yu Fei on his head. and the golden seal slapped him on the forehead. Clang! Yu Fei felt his head explode. But this was nothing. The surrounding seawater turned into numerous water blades, directly rolling Yu Fei in. As for Han Fei himself, he had already taken back Nine Tails and Little Fatty and hid far away, in case there was a dying strike in this guy's body. Even if he could block it, it was unnecessary, right? Besides, at this time, the void trembled, and Yu Yu was about to come out. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Gold appeared. The moment Yu Yu came out, Han Fei looked at him with a smile. You're here? Bye-bye. Lightning blade. Sizzle. Swish. Yu Yu was dead. He didn't know why Yugon was so strong even before he died. A terrifying power burst out. Yu Yu was obviously not an ordinary person. The dying strike in his body was terrifying. As soon as Little Gold slashed out the lightning blade, Han Fei had already recalled Little Gold and ran to the entrance. However, the dying strike seemed to have locked onto Han Fei and was directly branded on him. Boom! The golden seal blocked in front of Han Fei, and Little Fatty attached to him. Han Fei was still blown away, feeling that his bones had been broken. Son of a B***TCH. Thank goodness Little Fatty is there. But are dying strike and those things so worthless? Why does everyone have one? Han Fei withstood the attack and was slightly injured. He had underestimated the power of Yu Yu Shen, who was probably not much worse than Yu Ji. Cough, cough! After vomiting a little blood, Han Fei injected some spiritual energy into the unconscious Yu Ji's body. Not long after Han Fei spat out that mouthful of blood, it was drawn to the fateful poison grass by a force. At this moment, he felt that the vitality in his body was still flowing away. However, Han Fei didn't panic. Vitality was something that could be replenished. Forge the universe was full of nourishing spiritual energy. If he ate a little every day, he would be back soon. Besides, all the dead people's vitality was stripped away again, and their bodies were gradually drying up. As for Yu Ji, Han Fei first took out all the sea, swallowing seashells of everyone, including Yu Ji, took away all the good things, and then stuffed them back into the bodies of these people. Finally, Han Fei injected a trace of spiritual energy into Yu Ji's body. After doing all this, Han Fei thought for a while, picked up the harpoon, and hit Yu Ji's head hard again. Fine. You'd better wake up later. At least wait until the fateful poison grass becomes the fateful holy grass. Everyone's vitality was converging towards the fateful poison grass. After an hour, Han Fei could already smell a strong medicinal fragrance. It's poisonous. Han Fei discovered that the fateful poison grass, which was crazily absorbing vitality and transforming into a mature form, was actually releasing poison. Although the poison level was not very high, Han Fei wasn't sure if Yu Ji could withstand it. Han Fei didn't want Yu Ji to die. It was not that he was afraid of being chased by sea demons, but that he needed someone to take him out of here. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where to go in the vast sea. Besides, Han Fei was very curious about the 10,000 Demon Valley they mentioned. As a sea demon, it shouldn't be a problem for me to hide in there for a few days, right? 6 hours later, half of Yu Ji's hair was white, and her skin was a little dry and cracked. 6 hours later, Yu Ji's hair was all white, and her skin was full of wrinkles. Han Fei pondered for a while, and with a thought, his hair began to turn white. But how should he deal with the wrinkles on his body? While thinking, Han Fei hit Yu Ji's head hard again. After that, Han Fei stuffed a spiritual fruit into Yu Ji's stomach to replenish her vitality. After doing all this, he went to check the treasures taken from Yu Yu and the others one by one. 1,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. It's useless. Keep it. 6,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Only more than 6 million points of spiritual energy. It's still far from enough. Trivariant golden ginseng. This is a good thing. It contains a lot of energy and is suitable for deducing the void fishing art. TSK TSK, 30 high-quality spiritual stones. Why are you so poor? You are a heavenly talent. Is this all you have? Ultra-quality material? No. It seems to be more advanced than the ultra-quality material. This was Yuji's sea, swallowing seashell. There was a stone shining with purple light in it, called purple glow crystal, which turned out to be a material that could be used to refine divine weapons. However, it was too small, not even enough to make a dagger. See God's 9 consecutive strikes? Han Fei grabbed a jade slip, which should be the upgraded version of the sea spirit's 3 consecutive strikes that he had grabbed before. It had reached the heaven level, low-quality level. Han Fei thought for a while. He couldn't take everything, especially in Yuji's sea, swallowing seashell. He'd better leave the divine weapon material to her. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After Han Fei divided all the spoils, he got a total of 1,200 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, 19,000 caddies of spiritual spring, 360 spiritual fruits, low-quality spiritual stones, plus mid-quality and high-quality spiritual stones, and a total of about 16 million points of spiritual energy. As for the various materials, Han Fei basically didn't take any. He couldn't be a sea demon all the time. If he entered the 10,000 Demon Valley and killed a few people, he could get as many as he wanted. Not only that, Han Fei also stuffed some things from Forge the Universe into their sea, swallowing seashells. They were not garbage, but they were no different from garbage in Han Fei's eyes. However, Han Fei seriously suspected that these sea demons would choose to use the good things themselves as soon as they encountered them. After all, no matter how good the things were, it was safest to stuff them into their stomachs. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he lost in battle and it was snatched away by someone else. Han Fei calculated that the looting this time, plus the spiritual energy he had stored, totaled more than 52 million points. It seemed to be a lot, but in fact, it was still far from enough. If he wanted to deduce the void fishing art, he was still short of 48 million points of spiritual energy. This was far from enough. He had to leave some spiritual energy for himself, right? Han Fei glanced at Yuji, who was still lying on the ground. He wondered if she was out of her mind. If she wasn't, she would probably take him to the 10,000 Demon Valley, since he was the only one who survived, right? In the city of sea demons, there should be a lot of good things, right? One day later, the fateful poison grass emitted a refreshing fragrance. Han Fei was overjoyed. He had already prepared a box containing a supreme-grade spiritual weapon and was waiting for it. The fateful holy grass, of course, couldn't be eaten now. This thing contained infinite vitality. If he ate it now, it would be full of vitality. When Yuji woke up, she would definitely suspect him. The boundary of the fateful poison grass was opened. Han Fei knew that this thing had matured and had changed from a highly poisonous thing to a great tonic. Han Fei picked this fateful holy grass without hesitation. However, a small piece of rhizome was left. This fingernail-sized rhizome couldn't be underestimated. It was rich in vitality. Then Han Fei looked around, only to find that all the sea demons had been turned into real dried fish. Han Fei smacked his lips in disgust. Suddenly, his body shook and blood gushed out. Then, he lay on the ground next to Yuji. After lying on the ground for a few minutes, Han Fei thought for a while, sent some spiritual energy to Yuji, and stuffed a spiritual fruit into her mouth. Then, Han Fei ran back to his original position, lay down and killed himself. Okay, it should be almost done now. Let's see when you can wake up. Han Fei lay on the ground for another day. One day later, Yuji only felt a sharp pain in her head, as if she had been whipped countless times with a stick. She felt that her bones were about to break. Yuji covered her head with one hand and suddenly found that something was put on her body. Looking down, she found that it was a foot resting on her belly. This was Han Fei's deliberate action to prevent Yuji from forgetting him. She immediately flew into a rage and was about to kill this shameless man. But when she saw that it was Han Fei, his chest heaving up and down, pressing on her, Yu froze for a moment and quickly got up. Yu turned her head and looked around, only to find that the seabed cave was in a mess, and there were 4 dried fish lying on the ground in different shapes. Yu covered her head and turned her head with difficulty, only to see that Han Fei's hair was white and there was blood around him that had condensed. But after all, Han Fei didn't become a real dried fish. However, she was a little surprised. Why did Han Fei's hair turn white? Then, when Yu looked at her hair again, her face suddenly changed. Her hair was all white, and her skin was a little dry and cracked. Dried fish! Dried fish! Yu pushed Han Fei. Seeing that it didn't work, she turned to look at the place where the poisonous grass was. As a result, she found that the spiritual plant had disappeared, leaving only a nail-sized rhizome, still exuding a little vitality. However, the vitality was no longer strong. After a careful examination, she found that there was strong lightning sweeping here. She couldn't help frowning. How could there be lightning power here, and it was so strong? However, Yu found that Yu was not here. Where was he? Suddenly, Yu's body turned cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, Yu, how dare you betray the clan? Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 750. Han Fei pretended to be unconscious for a while, and it wasn't until half a day later that he slowly woke up. The first thing Han Fei did when he woke up was to ask, I'm not dead. Yu was sitting cross-legged to recover. The few remaining roots had been eaten by her, which replenished her vitality. Hearing this, Yu suddenly opened her eyes. You survived? Since you didn't die at that time, did you see anything? Han Fei pretended to have a headache and was confused for a long time. It seems that some creatures got in from the outside and fought with Yu, and then, I don't know. Han Fei was not stupid. Yu and the others definitely had life tablets. Yu's death couldn't be hidden. Since he couldn't hide it, he had to have a reasonable explanation. If Yu didn't believe him, he would kill her. If Yu could believe him, he would find a way to follow Yu back to the 10,000 Demon Valley to eat and drink, and then wait for an opportunity to escape. Han Fei's plan worked. Now it all depended on Yu's reaction. However, Yu frowned. So, this is why you didn't kill me? No. Maybe he left in a hurry and left a small piece of spiritual plant treasure behind. That spiritual plant contains strong vitality, so you and I can survive. After explaining to herself, Yu looked at Han Fei. Have you never seen an azure sea blue demon as lucky as you? Han Fei said slowly, pretending to be dead is a necessary means for marine creatures to survive, and at that time, I was seriously injured. Yu immediately closed her eyes and felt it. Once again, she checked the shocking mark left by the thunderbolt. Very strong. Could you only resist the power of this lightning? Suddenly, Yu saw a piece of scale fragment in the corner, which was scorched. Yu frowned. Huh. Yu's scale. Is he dead? But his body is not here, no matter whether he is dead or not. Let's go back to the 10,000 Demon Valley first. For 2 days in a row, Yu and Han Fei shuttled in the sea, fighting various marine creatures. Han Fei found that when sea demons encountered some schools of fish, they would also run away. It turned out that the life of sea demons was not good. At this moment, Yu was biting a sea clam with her teeth, which disgusted Han Fei. I'm here to look for opportunities, and you're feeding me this? Holding the sea clam in a daze, Han Fei heard Yu say, You gone, why don't you eat? You don't like clams? Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and demonic chi spurted out of his mouth. Under Han Fei's careful control, the clam was consumed by demonic energy and cooked. Then, Han Fei went up and tore off a large piece. Although I don't eat it raw, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Medium rare is a must, right? This is the self-cultivation of an actor. Yu froze for a moment, swallowed the meat in her hand in a few bites, and said in surprise, "A creature that can spit out demonic flames. Yugan, it seems that you were not an exotic creature before your awakening, right?" Han Fei bit the clam blankly. "I don't know." Yuji smiled. "Don't worry, you awakened late, but your strength is already at the high-level sea demon realm. Usually, as long as you master some combat skills and know how to absorb some resources, you can easily reach the peak of the demonization realm." "Oh." Seeing Han Fei's silly look, Yuji smiled and thought to herself, "This azure sea blue demon is indeed a bit silly. However, I don't know if I survived this time because of his help. Judging from the way he was following me now, I'm 80% sure that he has chosen me." Yuji thought that Han Fei shouldn't be an ordinary azure sea blue demon. His talent and potential were top-notch. If he is trained well, he will become a powerful warrior. After another 2 days, the two of them experienced many hardships and finally came to the legendary 10,000 Demon Valley. When they were more than 20,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley, a group of sea demons had already found Yuji and Han Fei. These sea demons all seemed to know Yuji. When they saw Yuji, they were particularly excited. Someone said, "Master Yuji, I heard that something happened to you, so I have sent dozens of people to look for you." Someone followed behind Yuji. "Master Yuji, I'm glad you came back safely." Someone asked, "Master Yuji, didn't Master Yu come back?" Someone looked at Han Fei. "Master Yuji, who is this inferior sea demon?" As soon as Yuji heard someone mention Yu, she was shocked. "You, this be asterisk starred, took advantage of me and used my immortal seal." The reason why he didn't dare to kill me directly was that he was afraid of the dying strike on me. It was also thanks to this that he was able to survive. But that guy was so vicious that he tried to poison me with a spiritual plant treasure. Fortunately, other creatures broke in later. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. Yuji shouted, "Get out of my way. I'm going to see Grandpa Yutong and then teacher." Han Fei was quite speechless as he listened to their conversation. All the sea demons were surnamed Yu. Why did they have such a name? Wouldn't there be many people with the same name? After a while, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Yuji commanded all the way, "Yugan, go and inform Elder Yu Bo that I have returned safely." Han Fei was stunned. How the hell do I know Elder Yu Bo? But in the next moment, a half-mermaid shouted, "Yes, Master Yuji." Han Fei was speechless. How could there be someone with the same name as Yugan? Then Yuji commanded again, "Yugan, go to the fish settlement and bring me 5,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Hurry up." Han Fei was stunned again. Is there someone with the same name? Then another half-mermaid jumped out. "Yes, Master Yuji." "Yugan, go." "Yes, Master." "Yugan, go." "Yes, Master." At that time, Han Fei almost fainted. "Why the F***CK? Are you all called dried fish? Can't there be someone who isn't called Yugan? Yugan, go back with me." Han Fei was thinking, only to find that Yuji was looking at him. Han Fei was full of question marks. "Yes, so many." "Yugan." Yuji smiled and said, "Our 10,000 Demon Valley has relatively few names. Just Yugan Yupai? Ue to Ue." Han Fei was speechless. "You don't know many names. Can't you come up with more? What kind of F***king name is this?" With a shout, a pile of dried fish ran out. "Who the F***CK can tell who is who?" Yuji said, "When you shout, the last echo of your voice falls on the person you're talking to." Han Fei. When he first entered the 10,000 Demon Valley, Han Fei was shocked to find that this was really a large canyon, a winding canyon like a dragon mountain range. On the rock walls on both sides of the canyon, there were holes everywhere. Outside every cave, there were glowing vines or seaweed of various colors, rendering the entire canyon colorful, as if it was a strange and dazzling new world. In the open water, there were a large number of luminous creatures, such as luminous jellyfish, light bulb-like fish, starfish shining with fantastic brilliance, and so on. From time to time, Han Fei saw some sea demons swimming with creatures on their shoulders, some sea demons practicing harpoon combat skills in the water, some sea demons sparring with each other, some sea demons lecturing a group of sea demons, and some sea demons shopping on both sides of the rock wall. However, Han Fei didn't find any red demons or inferior manfish here. As far as the eye could see, they were all half-mermaids and half-mermaids. When Yuji swam past with Han Fei, many people were looking in this direction, which made Han Fei uncomfortable. Yuji said to Han Fei, "Red demons and ordinary inferior manfish are generally not allowed to enter the 10,000 Demon Valley. More than 2,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Demon Valley is called the Blood Sea Valley, where red demons and ordinary sea demons live." Han Fei didn't speak and followed Yuji all the way. From time to time, half-mermaids and half-mermaids, riding various creatures, came and then passed by. When Han Fei followed Yuji to the bottom of the valley, he saw that the bottom of the valley was very prosperous. All kinds of caves were carved in various colors, hung with a variety of luminous creatures, and various names were written on the caves. For example, Yu San Weapon Shop, Yu Wu Spirit Fruit Shop, Yugon Gourmet Shop. Outside some caves, there were even glowing rays welcoming guests. These rays could also release electricity. Blue electric arcs surrounded them, like the thunder in the night sky in sci-fi blockbusters. What's more, the shape of some caves was very similar to human buildings. There were plaques, doorways, thresholds, and even couplets. Han Fei seemed to have entered a world of science fiction. What impressed him most was that the half-mermaids especially liked things that glowed. No matter what kind of light it was, red, green, blue, or purple, as long as it could glow, they would use it as decoration. After swimming through this winding canyon, there was an incomparably large and deep pit inside. There were 2 extremely tall mermaid statues, which were at least 1 kilometer high. Each of the 2 half-mermaid giant statues was holding a harpoon in their hands, crossed with each other. They used 2 big harpoons to form a huge door. When Han Fei followed Yuji past, he found that he was even smaller than a thorn on the tip of the harpoon. It was conceivable how big this thing was further inside. He could see the giant cylindrical palace in the deep pit that was countless times larger than the snow god's temple. To be precise, it was not like a palace, but a circular building. 1 ring was connected to another, a total of 9 rings, and a large blank space was exposed in the middle, where the heads of 5 giant statues could be seen. Yuji lived on the top floor of the 3rd row inside the ring. Yuji took Han Fei and swam all the way. Many people scanned Han Fei with their perception. Han Fei was also a little flustered. Don't be exposed. Otherwise, he would be in someone else's territory, and it would be hard for him to run away. However, this 3-transformation wondrous book was indeed a heaven-level, divine-quality secret method. Along the way, many half-mermaids greeted Yuji and didn't notice Han Fei's problem, until Han Fei followed Yuji to her residence. The top cave covered an area of about 300 square meters, and there were barriers inside and outside. Yuji glanced at Han Fei. "You stay here and wait for me to come back." Second update. Monthly votes. Wait a minute, I'm revising it. End of this chapter. Chapter 751. Han Fei was also quite surprised by Yuji's attitude. Yuji didn't seem to give up and intended to help him to the end. Did Yuji just want him to follow her? Han Fei entered Yuji's cave alone and then found that around the cave there were all kinds of luminous seaweed and vines, and even some luminous shells flashing. However, sea monsters didn't seem to have the concept of furniture. In Yuji's cave, there was only a blue glowing stone platform, which looked like a large piece of emerald. Behind the emerald platform was a huge shell 5 or 6 meters in size. However, this shell was not alive. The shell was open and covered with some seaweed, which might be where Yuji slept. In addition to these, Han Fei saw a large tank of spiritual spring, a pile of pearls, and a pile of messy half-mermaid jewelry hanging on the rock wall. Is this where the half-mermaids live? Does Xia Shaochan also live in such a place? Han Fei suddenly grinned. Probably not. Didn't Chen Huangdian say, Xia Shaochan is Princess Pearl. The place where she lives should be much more luxurious than this. After all, in terms of status, Xia Shaochan was much higher than Yu Ji. Taking advantage of Yu Ji's absence, Han Fei leaned against the rock wall in the dark, closed his eyes, and began to study the soul-splitting technique. This battle with the ghost eel made Han Fei realize that there were many strange and extremely powerful creatures in this world. What if he faced the ghost eel alone? Would he be bitten to death by that thing? Although the war soul technique could also attack the soul, it would consume too much energy after all. Besides, one attack probably wouldn't be able to kill the opponent. The soul-splitting technique in the final analysis was a kind of soul-splitting technique. Its purpose was to split one's own soul, invade the spiritual world of other creatures, and thus deprive other creatures of control of their bodies. After a while, Han Fei was surprised to find that the soul split by the soul-splitting technique could be taken back. This meant that he could temporarily separate his own soul and take it back after it was used up. Han Fei couldn't help but think, if I killed Yu Ji's soul, wouldn't I be able to pretend to be Yu Ji? However, Han Fei immediately gave up this plan. So what if he pretended to be Yu Ji? He didn't know Yu Ji's living habits, nor did he know her messy fighting style, nor did he know the people here. If he really took over Yu Ji's body, he would probably be seen through in a minute. However, since his saber had already been destroyed, wouldn't he have a second doppelganger if he gave some to the Overlord? Half an hour later, Han Fei tried to split a little bit of his soul. It was probably less than 1,000th of his soul. However, when his soul was split, Han Fei felt that his head was pricked by needles. No, it shouldn't hurt. When I saw that guy in the Snow God Palace, he seemed to have split his divine soul quite easily. I'm definitely not skilled enough. After a dozen attempts in a row, Han Fei managed to hold back the excruciating pain and split a tiny part of his soul. It was a strange blue flame-like thing, extremely small. With a thought from Han Fei, he could move at will, and the speed was very fast. Buzz! Feeling that the seal of the cave was slightly trembling, Han Fei summoned his soul back into his head. Yu Ji swam in with a gloomy face as if she had been bullied. Han Fei leaned against the wall, pretending to be dumb. Everyone was dead except for Yu Ji. Anyone would suspect Yu Ji. Yu Ji glanced at Han Fei. Yu and Yu Fei are both dead. Han Fei looked at her calmly. Oh. Yu Ji glanced at Han Fei in surprise, and then said, Someone knew that I brought you back and said they would interrogate you. As she spoke, Yu Ji stared at Han Fei. Han Fei stared at Yu Ji without speaking. Seeing that Han Fei didn't respond, Yu Ji said, However, I refused. Do you know why I refused? Han Fei shook his head. Yu Ji's eyes flickered. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were not an ordinary azure sea blue demon. As soon as you were awakened, you were level 48. When you faced Yu and Yu Li, there was no fear in your eyes. When you practiced the sea demon combat skills, your speed was extremely fast, your body was very adaptable, and your strength was not inferior to that of a half-mermaid. Han Fei thought, not good. Could it be that Yu Ji had found something? I'm a pure sea demon now. However, after talking for a long time, Yu Ji looked at Han Fei. So, actually you have been awakened a long time ago, right? Han Fei was stunned. What the hell? I've been awakened a long time ago. Why didn't I know that? Yu Ji said, You have been awakened a long time ago and gained spiritual wisdom. However, when you were awakened, you hadn't transformed yet. Before you transformed, you had been growing. When you transformed, your wisdom was already very high, right? Han Fei's body stiffened, and he thought to himself, this woman is really good at guessing. However, She still thought that he had transformed and didn't know that he was a human. Yuji saw Han Fei's movements and then said leisurely, "There are only a few possibilities for this situation. Either you are an exotic mutant creature, or you are legendary." Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei was lost for words. "When did I become a legend?" Yuji said matter-of-factly, "Of course, I may also be a mysterious creature. However, mysterious creatures shouldn't and can't transform into azure sea blue demons. And it's difficult for exotic mutant creatures to awaken too high wisdom. So, you are a legendary creature, right?" Han Fei said in his heart, Yes, whatever you say. I am a legendary creature." Han Fei was stunned for a long time and then nodded. "Yes." Yuji let out a long breath. Sure enough, it was just as she expected. If Han Fei was a legendary creature, he would be much more advanced. The development potential of such a creature couldn't be underestimated. If he wasn't careful, he could grow into a commander-level figure. Yuji handed over a jade slip. Han Fei took it and scanned it with his perception. Sea Spirit True Scripture, Demon Level, High Quality, Introduction. A universal cultivation method for sea demons. Open up all the demon veins in the body. If you succeed, you will have a chance to cultivate a sea spirit body. Deduced art. Sea Spirit Codex deduction cost. 0/5 million. Han Fei glanced at it, and his face was full of disdain. Only those who succeed will have a chance to cultivate a sea spirit body. I don't want this rubbish cultivation method. But Yuji said solemnly, this is the orthodox cultivation method for sea demons. During this period of time, try to cultivate. After a while, you will go to the front line with me. Han Fei frowned. Go to the front line. Isn't that going to the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei couldn't help asking, where is the front line? Yuji said, the front line is the first front line between us sea demons and human beings. Human beings are an extremely hateful creature. They invade the sea, kill our people, occupy our territory, and plunder our resources. You must remember this. If you meet human beings one day in the future, you must kill them. Otherwise, you will be the one to die. Han Fei pretended to be puzzled. Are they very strong? Yuji seemed to think of something and then nodded heavily. Very strong. Human heavenly talents are extremely powerful. They can have more than one companion spirit. They can have two. Besides, human beings are very cruel and specialize in killing. When you meet human beings, you will know. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Do you think we human beings are like robbers? What, did you eat your big yellow croaker? The sea is so big, you can't go anywhere else. But you insist on going against the Scattered Stars Island. But on the surface, Han Fei still nodded solemnly. Got it. Yuji nodded. Come with me. I have to cooperate with the investigation during this period of time. You can't leave or you will die. Yuji took Han Fei all the way to the depths of the canyon where they first entered the 10,000 Demon Valley. This canyon, floor after floor, was full of sea demon shops. The place Yuji took Han Fei to was called Yuji Weapon Shop. Obviously, this was opened by Yuji herself. Han Fei was speechless. This woman can forge weapons? The moment he entered the shop, Han Fei sensed a slightly violent demonic qi and abundant spiritual energy. In the shop, there was only one half-mermaid. He seemed to be a little old. This person was holding a big sea clam and pouring magma-like liquid onto a stone platform. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Isn't this a harpoon? On this stone platform, there was a harpoon model. After the rolling liquid was poured into the model, an array lit up, and the liquid was flowing, converging, and finally condensing in a strange way. Han Fei was speechless. Is this the refining method of a harpoon? Isn't this too simple? Seeing Yuji coming, the half-mermaid who was pouring the liquid grinned and said, Miss Yuji, you're finally back. I heard that a while ago you... Yuji swam to the refining table and waved her hand. Uncle Fu, I'm fine. This is my friend Yugon, an Azure Sea Blue Demon who has just transformed. He will be helping you for a period of time. Uncle Fu laughed. Oh, an Azure Sea Blue Demon. How long has it been since I last saw one in the 10,000 Demon Valley? Okay, it's good for him to help me refine weapons. I'm too busy alone. Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at this old half-mermaid. You're too busy? Just pour the materials into the mold. I can refine dozens of these things a day. Is there a problem? Yuji looked at Han Fei. You can refine weapons or cultivate here for the next few days. I'll come to you when I come back. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Yuji turned around and left in a hurry. Han Fei didn't know what she was going to do, but now he seemed to have sneaked into the 10,000 Demon Valley. Since Yuji was not here, it seemed that no one could control him. As soon as Yuji left, Uncle Fu's face changed. Hey, boy, let me teach you how to operate the Refining Divine platform. The 3rd chapter, Monthly Ticket. There's one more chapter. I'll continue to revise it. End of this chapter. Chapter 752. Han Fei didn't know that Uncle Fu, who was fine just now, became fierce as soon as Yuji left. He looked as if he was going to eat Han Fei. Han Fei resisted the urge to kill him. After all, this was the territory of sea demons. He had to keep a low profile. If he couldn't, he would deduce the 3 transformation wondrous book to a higher level. When he became more powerful and no one could see through him, he would kill this guy. Han Fei glanced at Uncle Fu coldly. How do I do it? Seeing that Han Fei was so cold to him, Uncle Fu was so angry that he bared his teeth and said coldly, An Azure Sea Blue Demon dares to be arrogant in the 10,000 Demon Valley? You'd better stay here. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you into the Sea Demon Coliseum. Han Fei was still arrogant and said coldly, How do I do it? You, Uncle Fu snorted angrily, thinking this kid was brought here by Yuji herself. Things were not clear yet. He didn't know whether Yuji would be fine or not. I'll teach him a lesson in the future. Humph, listen carefully. I'll only say it once. After listening to Uncle Fu's rigid explanation for a long time, Han Fei finally understood. It turned out that he only saw the surface. It turned out that the refining method of sea demons was very different from that of human beings. It didn't mean that it was easy for sea demons to refine weapons. This so-called refining divine platform was bought with a lot of money. It was said that Yuji spent 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid to buy it, which was very valuable. The so-called artifact refining divine platform was actually an artifact refining platform filled with artifact refining formations. With the help of these arrays, it could help liquid materials condense quickly and distribute the materials evenly. As for the sea demon weapons refined by this method, there were differences in the quality of the weapons refined according to the difference in the refining materials. Yuji's platform could only be used to refine high-quality demonic weapons. It was mainly provided for the ordinary inferior manfish with a little talent in the Blood Sea Valley next door. As for the business of the red demons, there were more advanced refining shops suitable for the red demons. However, although the refining divine platform was different, the method of smelting materials and removing impurities was basically the same as that of human refiners. It turned out that Uncle Fu also smelted materials in this way. Therefore, he could only refine about 20 high-grade demon weapons a day. Uncle Fu threw 2 jade slips to Han Fei and said grumpily, I'll give you 3 days to learn these 2 refining techniques. At the back, there was a cave for storing materials. You can stay there for the time being. Don't disturb me when I'm forging. Han Fei accepted the jade slip and read it. Then he was stunned. Why were they also the spirit fusing technique and the spirit polishing technique? Could it be that the humans and the sirens were on good terms? Even the forging technique was shared with him. Uncle Fu urged him, Go! What are you waiting for? Han Fei raised his head and glanced at him. What if I can't finish it in 3 days? Uncle Fu sneered. You can't cultivate it? If you can't learn it, go to the Sea Demon Coliseum. The Myriad Demon Valley doesn't feed idlers. Han Fei stared at him for a moment before slipping into the cave without a word. This thing doesn't need to be practiced at all. Do you think it's difficult for sea demons to refine artifacts? They're just like human beings. Seeing Han Fei leave, Uncle Fu sneered in his heart. 3 days? I'll give you 3 months. Show me if you can master it. Because in this material room there were piles of materials. Therefore, the entrance of the cave had to be sealed. Uncle Fu thought that since Han Fei was brought here by Yuji, he wouldn't steal the materials. But what if he did? Then he would have a reason to drive him out. He really didn't understand why an azure sea blue demon was qualified to live in the 10,000 Demon Valley. He didn't know what Yuji was thinking. Was it because of his growth spiritual heritage? Throughout history, the number of azure sea blue demons who had really taken this path could be counted on 2 hands. Among them, no more than 3 had reached the peak stage of the sea spirit realm. So he wanted to become a sea spirit? It was like a fool's dream. Besides, Yuji couldn't even take care of herself now. Would he be implicated in such a big thing? Han Fei entered the seal and stepped in. Immediately, a vibrating sound wave appeared. If an ordinary person entered, he would make a noise immediately. But when Han Fei took a closer look, he saw a warehouse full of garbage materials. Yes, in his opinion, these were garbage. Now he had to add the word ultra-quality to anything he refined. However, most of these materials were of medium and high quality, and there were even a few ultra-quality materials. Han Fei was definitely not interested in them. However, what surprised Han Fei was that there was a large vat of nearly 50,000 caddies of spiritual spring here. This was 2F** king much. If he stole all of it now, the spiritual energy in his body would immediately exceed 100 million. Han Fei was tempted. However, it was only more than 50,000 caddies. If he stole this spiritual spring, he would have to run away. In this 10,000 Demon Valley, if he ran out, he would definitely be stopped. Son of a B***, Tisich, I can only see it, but not eat it. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes lit up. Along the way, there were at least 7 or 8 blacksmith shops, if not 5 or 6. If I can steal these shops... Han Fei immediately became excited. What cultivation! He directly threw the 2 jade slips into his swallowing seashell, and then began to ponder about the seal. A kind of trigger seal, related to sound waves. It doesn't seem too troublesome to modify. Han Fei thought of the Audiobook. He hadn't studied that thing yet. However, it was a collection of large arrays. For a while, he couldn't figure out what to do. However, this kind of sound wave type seal seemed to have a special chapter in the spirit gathering scripture. He could totally try it. Every day, Uncle Fu would only come to pick up materials twice and wouldn't give Han Fei any guidance. At this moment, Uncle Fu said coldly, "More than 50 pieces of materials are missing. Do you eat materials? Do you need so many?" Han Fei said coldly, "Yes." Uncle Fu snorted. "You are only allowed to use 50 pieces a day at most. More than this number, my small shop won't support you." When Uncle Fu went out, Han Fei formed an array with one hand. It only took him an hour to find the prototype of the seal in the material warehouse. Now he was thinking about a way to crack it. What if he could break this seal quietly without making any sound? Han Fei's idea was very simple. That was to set up another seal in front of this one. In fact, a soundproof array could do it. However, this seal had a shock effect and seemed to be connected to the cave. Then, he still needed to block the shock effect. So, another seal was needed to eliminate this shock effect. 2 days. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It's done! 3 days later, Han Fei was pretending to be refining. Suddenly, Uncle Fu walked in and said with an unfriendly look, Come out with me and bring out 50 pieces of mid-quality materials. Han Fei walked out, went to the refining divine platform, and casually threw out 50 pieces of materials. He grabbed them casually and didn't care about their quality at all. Uncle Fu took a look and immediately said angrily, "I told you to bring out 50 pieces of mid-quality materials. What did you bring out? Low-quality materials, high-quality materials, and even an ultra-quality material." Han Fei glanced at him indifferently. "You didn't teach me." When half-mermaids were angry, they usually bared their teeth. Maybe they thought that the fiercer they bared their teeth, the angrier they were. Han Fei was very straightforward and made Uncle Fu swallow the words that he had prepared. Uncle Fu asked, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Han Fei glanced at him. "You just told me to practice, but you didn't let me know the materials." Uncle Fu was amused. Okay, you're very stubborn, aren't you? Then go ahead and refine. Show me." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he grabbed the materials and started refining blindly. Anyway, in the end, he threw out something that was not evenly fused and impurities were removed. He poured it on the refining divine platform and finally condensed it into a low-quality demonic weapon. Uncle Fu was stunned for a moment. Is this kid really that talented? In 3 days, he refined a low-quality demonic weapon for the first time. Han Fei sighed slightly. He was used to refining and didn't know how to refine anything lower than low quality. This was indeed a bit troublesome. Wasn't he being too high-profile? However, Uncle Fu shouted angrily, "Look, what did you refine?" "A low-quality demonic weapon. I have so many good materials. But you only refined a low-quality demonic weapon for me? F***CK off. You're not needed here." Han Fei said indifferently, "Yuji asked me to stay here." Uncle Fu sneered, "I am the boss. Do you think you're so great just because you got through Miss Yuji's back door?" Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Uncle Fu. "You have no reason to drive me away. If you drive me away, you will offend Yuji. So, why do you want to drive me away?" Han Fei was very calm. He was guessing Uncle Fu's motives. If Yuji was the chosen one, then Uncle Fu should please her. Uncle Fu sneered, "You are just an azure sea blue demon. What do you know? I am dedicated to my work. Ignorant and incompetent people, like you don't know anything." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "You betrayed Yuji, didn't you?" Uncle Fu was taken aback. How did this kid know? Suddenly, Uncle Fu broke into a cold sweat. Was this Yugon sent by Yuji to spy on me? Was it exposed that I secretly contacted other heavenly talents? But no, this kid clearly stayed in the material warehouse for 3 days and didn't come out. How did he spy on me? Uncle Fu said coldly, "Nonsense. Come with me to the Sea Demon Coliseum. Don't think you're great just because you are an azure sea blue demon." Swish! As soon as Uncle Fu said this, Han Fei stabbed him with his harpoon. The speed was so fast and the force was so fierce that it directly pierced through the defenseless Uncle Fu and nailed him straight to the rock wall. Uncle Fu said in horror, How dare you?" Roar. "Somebody help me." While Uncle Fu was panic-stricken, a centipede phantom appeared and pounced on Han Fei. Han Fei suddenly pulled out the harpoon, instantly activated the impermanent golden halberd, easily flicked the centipede away, and stabbed it with all his strength again. Even though Uncle Fu was wearing a battle suit, he was still hit by Han Fei's harpoon and hit the rock wall. And that big centipede, Han Fei, stabbed backhand, and demonic energy surged out, directly piercing its head and killing it on the spot. Han Fei tilted his head. "You are so old, but you still haven't reached level 50. What a waste. Let's make a bet to see who will die first." Uncle Fu was horrified. He found that he was wrong. Yuji kept this azure sea blue demon alive for a reason. This guy was too strong. Although he hadn't reached his peak, He almost nailed him to death with a backhand. Besides, this guy's eyes were extremely fierce. He didn't feel anything in the face of killing and was even more unscrupulous. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, as an azure sea blue demon, he seemed to dare to kill him. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He couldn't wait for Yu Ji to come back. He needed to get himself away from Yu Ji as soon as possible. It seemed that something big was going to happen. All of this gave Uncle Fu the feeling that he was crazy. The 4th chapter. He really needed the support of monthly votes. Yes, the protagonist wouldn't return to the Scattered Stars Island for the time being. There were still a lot of things waiting for him to do. End of this chapter. Chapter 753. Just when Uncle Fu thought he was going to die, Han Fei suddenly put away the harpoon and glanced at him indifferently. It doesn't matter whether you betrayed Yuji or not. You can run, or you can find someone to stand up for you. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't provoke me. Han Fei thought carefully. After all, this was the territory of the sea monsters. If an expert really came, it was hard to say whether he could conceal his identity or not. Besides, it had nothing to do with him whether Yuji was betrayed or not. Now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a showdown with Uncle Fu. It could even be said that this could give him a good cover, so why not? Uncle Fu asked in horror, "You're not going to kill me?" Han Fei tilted his head. "Why would I kill you?" Uncle Fu's eyelids twitched. "Aren't you Miss Yuji's man? Don't tell me you are also." Han Fei said expressionlessly, "I have nothing to do with Yuji." "Who are you? What do you want? Did you betray her?" "None of this was important to me. If you can properly tell me about the Myriad Demon Valley, I can even pretend that nothing has happened." Uncle Fu's pupils constricted. "You killed my companion spirit. What makes you think I'll believe you? You are a refiner. It makes no difference whether you have an associated spirit or not." Uncle Fu's brain was working furiously. He was thinking, who on earth is Han Fei? An azure sea blue demon didn't even care about Yuji's favor? Logically speaking, if he grabbed him and handed him over to Yuji, he would definitely value him more. However, the azure sea blue demon didn't seem to care about it at all. Uncle Fu swallowed his saliva. "It's not that I betrayed Miss Yuji, but it's a big deal this time. So many talents had died, but Miss Yuji was the only one left alive. There had to be an explanation for this. Miss Yuji couldn't protect herself now. I don't think I can keep this shop either. I'm just trying to protect myself." Han Fei nodded slightly. "So you want to kick me out?" "Uncle Fu, of course. I know you were brought back by Miss Yuji. If that's the case, then you're definitely being watched by the experts. If anything happens to you, I'll definitely die too." Han Fei didn't say anything. It seemed that the sea demons were not united. According to Uncle Fu, Yuji left in a hurry a few days ago. She must have been investigated and was going to take the experts back to that secret realm. But Han Fei sneered. Can they find anything? Unless those half-mermaids could reverse time. Otherwise, how could they guess that it was he who killed Jiyu and the others? However, a ghost eel certainly couldn't help Yuji get away with it. The matter of the second guardian was pretty much a guess. In that case, logically speaking, they should be asking him questions. As for why he didn't look for her, there could be many reasons for this. Either these experts looked down on him, or they wanted to verify Yuji's words, or something else. Anyway, he was left here now, so he shouldn't be able to leave. However, Han Fei didn't intend to leave. It wasn't easy for him to come here. How could he just leave like that? In particular, he found that there were many refining shops here, and they were filled with all kinds of materials and spiritual spring water. How could he give up such a great resource? Han Fei looked at Uncle Fu. "Since you said that someone has noticed me, how can you leave?" Uncle Fu shrugged. "So, I just want to drive you away." Han Fei nodded. "You don't have the ability to drive me away now, so tell me about the 10,000 Demon Valley." Uncle Fu took a deep look at Han Fei. "A newly awakened creature won't be as smart as you. You are not a simple azure sea blue demon. Han Fei didn't answer Uncle Fu, but asked, "What I want to know most is why the 10,000 Demon Valley doesn't have a proper name. It's strange that everyone is called Yugon." Han Fei was very distressed about the naming method of sea demons. Although Yuji said that when they called each other, some thoughts would fall on a certain Yugon. However, everyone had the same name, which was very unreliable. For example, 2 half-mermaids got married. The man called his wife Yugon, and the woman called her husband Yugon. Others asked what your wife was called. You said, "My wife was called Yugon." Others asked what your husband was called. You said, "My husband was also called Yugon." Isn't this a complete mess? Of course, Han Fei didn't know if there was such a thing as marriage among the half-mermaids. If not, how could they reproduce? Were these half-mermaids oviparous or viviparous? After being beaten up, Uncle Fu was speechless when he found that Han Fei only asked this question. However, at this moment he couldn't beat them. Should I run? In fact, he was just thinking about it. At this moment he could only answer honestly. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, only the heavenly talents who live in the 10,000 Demon Tower have names. The others don't have names. Previously, someone proposed that we use human names. However, this was rejected by the strong masters. So, we can only use the most common surname, Yu. Han Fei realized that the cylindrical superbuilding he saw was called the 10,000 Demon Tower. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Why are you called Uncle Fu? Aren't you called Yu Fu?" Uncle Fu changed his usual fierce appearance and answered honestly, "Although we shouldn't have names in theory, it's fine to give ourselves a name in our own home. However, once my name is mentioned, people can still call me Yugon, Yupai, and so on." Han Fei said very seriously, "Call me Yu Fei from now on." Uncle Fu almost rolled his eyes. He wanted to tell Han Fei that there were many people who used this name. Besides, why do you care so much about your name? Han Fei asked again, "What is the Sea Demon Coliseum?" Uncle Fu answered honestly, "It's a place where the half-mermaids entertain and fight. There is one in the 10,000 Demon Valley and one in the Blood Sea Valley. People who make mistakes are thrown into the Sea Demon Coliseum to fight various creatures." Han Fei thought to himself, isn't that similar to the human arena? He could imagine thousands of half-mermaids standing there, watching the bloody scene in the Coliseum, baring their teeth and roaring. Han Fei asked again, "What is money?" Uncle Fu thought to himself, sure enough, he has just awakened. He doesn't even know what money is. However, Uncle Fu was also surprised. Isn't this azure sea blue demon too smart? He seems to be quickly adapting to the sea demon society. Uncle Fu said, "There are several kinds of money used by sea demons. One is high-quality pearls, which you should know. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from here, there is a sea of pearls. The pearl mussels, they will produce pearls of various qualities. There are also spiritual stones and spiritual spring water." Han Fei found that the currency system of sea demons was similar to that of humans. High-quality pearls, spiritual stones, and spiritual spring water were all universal. However, Han Fei learned from Uncle Fu that the social system of sea demons was quite different from that of humans. Although the 10,000 Demon Valley was also full of shops, the system of the 10,000 Demon Valley was more like a dynasty system, with a clear hierarchy from top to bottom. The strongest person in the 10,000 Demon Valley was a super strong master named Blue Feather, known as the Feather King. It was this half-mermaid, like a king, who controlled and directed the major affairs of the entire 10,000 Demon Valley and the Blood Sea Valley. Under Blue Feather, there were 8 sea spirit powerhouses, known as the 8 Wings of Blue Feather. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. According to Han Fei's basic strength, each of the 8 Wings of Blue Feather was actually a super strong law enforcer. And since he could rule them, it meant that Blue Feather was at least an explorer. And Yu Ji was the disciple of Yu Beichen, who ranked 6th among the 8 wings of Blue Feather. Because she was a direct disciple of a law enforcer, Yuji's status was very high, above other half-mermaid heavenly talents. Why was it said that Yuji couldn't protect herself this time? Because Yu, who was killed by Han Fei, was favored by Yu Hanja, who ranked 8th. It was rumored that Yu was going to be accepted as a disciple by Yu Hanja. However, he died this time. It was because of this that Yuji was investigated. Otherwise, as a heavenly talent, he would die. No one would offend the super strong who ranked 6th among the 8 wings of Blue Feather for him. Knowing this, Han Fei knew what was going on. He glanced at Uncle Fu. What should you do? Do it. Don't disturb me for 3 days. Take out the refining materials you need in advance. I'm going to cultivate for 3 days. If you dare to come in, I'll kill you. Uncle Fu's heart trembled. He believed what Han Fei said. The word kill made him get goosebumps all over his body. Yu Fu was speechless. Yuji really threw a big shot at him. Uncle Fu really didn't want to escape, although in a sense he had indeed betrayed Yuji. But if he was targeted by Han Fei and couldn't be driven away, he certainly couldn't run away. Therefore, he could only stay, hoping that Han Fei wouldn't mind so much. In the material cave, with a thought from Han Fei, Overlord stood at the door. After experiencing great pain, a wisp of blue soul drilled into Overlord's body. Immediately, a blue flame ignited in Overlord's eyes. It's F** King amazing. Han Fei stood in front of Overlord at the moment, looking at it as if he was looking at himself. And he controlled Overlord's body, so he could also see his original body, an ugly inferior manfish. He asked himself, what did it feel like to look at himself? Han Fei felt very strange, as if his soul had drifted out and was looking at him from the outside. He moved Overlord's body a little, and with a thought from it, he suddenly found that it seemed to still lack spiritual energy. After all, Overlord was a semi-divine weapon, which needed spiritual energy to activate. Han Fei thought for a while, took out a high-quality spiritual stone, and stuffed it into Overlord's mouth. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 754. When he designed the Overlord, Han Fei didn't think that he could attach his soul to the Overlord. Therefore, Han Fei didn't leave any battery slots on the Overlord. It seemed that he had to make some slight changes to the Overlord. However, the first thing Han Fei was going to do was not to modify the Overlord, but to continue to deduce the 3 transformation wondrous book. He pretended to be an inferior manfish and entered the 10,000 Demon Valley with Yuji's help. Therefore, Han Fei didn't think that anyone would see through him in a short time. But now, hearing that Yuji's master turned out to be one of the 8 wings of Blue Feather, he was at least a super strong law enforcer. Immediately, Han Fei was a little worried. Of course, he had to deduce the void fishing art, but not now. Besides, as far as Han Fei could see, it wasn't a big deal to get 100 million points of spiritual energy. There were 50,000 caddies of spiritual spring behind him. He could steal it from 2 more refining shops. What was there to be afraid of? With a thought, Han Fei began to deduce. After a while, information popped up. Heaven extended art, venerable level, low quality. Note: observe the wonder of creatures evolving. There are also 3 ways to evolve and mutate, which can perfectly deduce these 3 kinds of creatures and simulate their aura. After the evolution, it will be no different from a real sea demon. After the evolution, it will take 3 days before it can undergo another evolution. Disadvantage 1. It's easy to expose the aura of the original body. Disadvantage 2. The Heaven Extended art can't control ordinary sea creatures. Mutated creatures, ordinary sea demons, red demons, half-mermaids deduced art. Unknown deduction cost. 0/100 million. Han Fei glanced at it. As he expected, the effect of the 3 transformation wondrous book was even better after the deduction. It was already no different from a sea demon. Besides, the time for the evolution was increased to 3 days. Han Fei believed that if he continued to deduce it, the effect might be even better. However, that was meaningless. He wasn't going to live in the 10,000 Demon Valley. His motive for coming here was not pure. He came here mainly to fish for treasures. After he got all the treasures, he would certainly run away. At that time, as long as Yuji took him to the front line, he could kill Yuji and easily return to the human world. Seeing that he still had more than 2 million points of spiritual energy, Han Fei thought for a moment and entered Forge the Universe. Although he didn't allow Yu Fu to come in, it wouldn't be a joke if an accident happened. Next, he was going to use the Heaven Extended method to create an even more perfect little manfish. The process was painful and could not be discovered by others. 2 hours later, Han Fei fell out of the air, panting. The pain is much better. However, it was still very painful. Looks like it's best not to change your appearance for no reason. The next moment, the blue flames in the Overlord's eyes flickered. From the Overlord's perspective, Han Fei saw his current appearance, which hadn't changed much. However, in terms of temperament, it seemed to be on a higher level than before. Han Fei was silent for a while. Was there such an outstanding inferior manfish? Forget it. If Yuji thinks that I'm a legendary warrior, then I'll say that I'm a legendary warrior. It shouldn't be a problem. Han Fei glanced at the Overlord and felt that he should reforge it. He installed 2 grooves on the Overlord for spiritual stones. This way, his plan would be even more perfect. 3 days later, Han Fei walked out of the material room. As soon as he came out, Han Fei found that Yu Fu was not alone in the shop, but 2 level 46 half-mermaids. When the 2 half-mermaids saw Han Fei, they were also taken aback. A half-mermaid said in surprise, "Uncle Fu, where did this inferior sea demon come from?" Uncle Fu's heart skipped a beat. "Why don't you think before you speak?" Immediately, Uncle Fu said, "Well, Yu Fei is an Azure Sea Blue Demon. He was brought back by Miss Yuji herself." The 2 half-mermaids looked at each other and seemed to be a little surprised. "Huh, this is an Azure Sea Blue Demon? He does look more elegant than ordinary inferior sea demons. It seems that his demonic heritage should not be low. But why did Miss Yuji let an Azure Sea Blue Demon stay here?" Uncle Fu smiled. "Of course, to learn refining." Refining? Him. Although the 2 half-mermaids knew that Han Fei was an Azure Sea Blue Demon, the contempt in their eyes didn't weaken at all. After all, Azure Sea Blue Demons were also a kind of inferior manfish, although their quality was better and they had more potential. However, they never thought that an Azure Sea Blue Demon could really exert that kind of extreme potential. If they had to believe that creatures could rise, the Scarlet Blood Demon was more reliable. The so-called Scarlet Blood Demon was the ultimate species among the Red Demons. Its status was equivalent to the status of an Azure Sea Blue Demon among the inferior manfish. However, Scarlet Blood Demons were very rare, but not non-existent. Among the 8 wings of Blue Feather, there was a Scarlet Blood Demon, ranked 7th, named Chishuahuan. He was the only super powerhouse who had become a sea spirit from a red demon. A half-mermaid said, "Eh? Yu Fei, right? Are you good at refining? Let's see if you can refine one." Yu Fu immediately explained, "Well, Yu Fei has just learned refining not long ago." "Okay." Just when Yu Fu was explaining, Han Fei suddenly said, expressionless and calm. Uncle Fu was taken aback and said to him via voice transmission, "You have only learned refining for 6 days. If you don't refine well, it may cause unnecessary trouble." Han Fei came to the refining divine platform in a few steps and glanced at the 2 casually. "What do you want to refine?" The 2 half-mermaids were stunned for a moment, and one of them sneered. "You're so arrogant. Do you really think you have a noble bloodline? Refine a high-quality battlesuit for me." Han Fei nodded. "Materials?" Yu Fu asked, "Do you really want to try?" Han Fei ignored Yu Fu and looked at the half-mermaid. "Materials?" The latter was annoyed by Han Fei's unreasonable attitude. The half-mermaid thought, "You're just an inferior sea demon. Why are you so arrogant?" With a wave of his hand, a pile of materials was thrown on the ground. "Humph! I'd like to see if the legendary azure sea blue demon is really so talented." Han Fei ignored him. He grabbed with one hand, and a few materials were suspended in the air. In an instant, they were surrounded by spiritual energy and demonic energy, and he was quite proficient in spirit fusion. Yu Fu was taken aback by this scene. Wait a minute. It wasn't like this 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Han Fei could only refine low-quality spiritual weapons. Could it be that this is really a different azure sea blue demon? But this speed is too amazing, isn't it? More than amazing. From the looks of it, Zhang Xian's forging skills and speed seemed to be even more proficient than his own. The two half-mermaids were also stunned. At this moment, they looked at each other. Is the azure sea blue demon really so powerful? It only took him 5 minutes to refine everything. The materials were poured into the mold of the battle suit on the refining divine platform, like liquid. Han Fei thought it shouldn't be too exaggerated. It took him several times longer, but even so, it shouldn't be too slow. Yu Fu and the two half-mermaids were already dumbfounded. Yu Fu exclaimed, 3 minutes? The two half-mermaids were still astonished. Then they looked shocked. Is the azure sea blue demon really so strong? Han Fei raised his head and said indifferently, "Okay." Just as Yu Fu and the other two were shocked, Han Fei felt a perception sweep over them. Sure enough, I've been targeted. But so what? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He pretended to be a genius this time. How could an ordinary inferior man-fish know the secrets of the 10,000 Demon Valley? The two half-mermaids didn't say anything and ran away after refining the demonic weapons. However, just today, Yu Fei, the azure sea blue demon, became famous. Since Han Fei came out, he didn't enter the material room again, but stood at the door of the refining shop, watching the half-mermaids coming and going. Many half-mermaids came to take a look, curiously, and then swam away. Not many half-mermaids stopped to talk to Han Fei. Someone occasionally frowned and muttered, "Why is an inferior sea demon in the 10,000 Demon Valley?" Someone was occasionally stunned. Azure sea blue demon? Of course, some people talked to Han Fei and asked if he was willing to follow them. Whenever this happened, Han Fei would point to the shop sign, and then no one asked. It turns out that he has already joined Yuji. Han Fei observed and saw 2 refining shops as far as he could see. Then, how many refining shops were there in this huge canyon? There are so many people. Han Fei was thinking, how can I steal the refining shops of those sea demons? I can't wait until there are so many people. It's best to wait until there is only one refiner. Besides, he needed to think about whether to kill the other party or not. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he steal the spiritual spring and materials without anyone noticing? If he set up an array, the Overlord would always appear. Would he be discovered immediately? Han Fei made up his mind to find an ordinary refining shop to try first. At most, he could kill the other party's refiner and break into the material room. Anyway, this was a one-shot deal. It depended on his own ability to take down several refining shops. Suddenly, Han Fei turned around and entered the shop. "I'm going out for a walk. Will anyone stop me?" Yu Fu froze for a moment. "Go out? It's not a big problem. It's just that your identity is special. If no one leads you, you will definitely be interrogated." Han Fei looked at Yu Fu. "I want to buy some spiritual fruits. Do you want to go with me?" Yu Fu asked in surprise, "Do you have money?" Han Fei replied, "No." Yu Fu! Second. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 755. Han Fei borrowed 1 million high-quality pearls from Yu Fu. How did Han Fei borrow 1 million high-quality pearls? Of course, he borrowed it from Yuji. However, This was definitely not a small number. When Han Fei first asked, Yu Fu was really taken aback. However, when Han Fei mentioned Yu Ji and then took out the red flame fire origin crystal, Yu Fu finally agreed. Han Fei had always known that the red flame fire origin crystal was not an ordinary thing. It could even activate the indestructible body art. How could it be ordinary? Yu Fu asked in astonishment. Where did you get this thing? Han Fei pondered for a moment. I got it in a secret realm. I think this thing should be extraordinary. In fact, when he took out this red flame fire origin crystal, Han Fei immediately felt that several perceptions passed by him. Han Fei thought to himself, since you've seen it, come and take it. However, to his surprise, no one came. Those who were secretly watching him didn't seem to be tempted. The canyon of the 10,000 Demon Valley was very long, more than 3,000 meters deep, and there were nests everywhere. Han Fei estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of half-mermaids here. What did this mean? This meant that there were hundreds of thousands, or even nearly 1 million strong people above the hanging fisher level here. If there was a full-scale war with human beings, it was really hard to say whether the Scattered Stars Island could resist it. What's more, some powerful half-mermaids could even control some marine creatures. This made the safety of the Scattered Stars Island even less guaranteed. Han Fei felt that the reason why the sea demons didn't start a full-scale war with human beings should be that there were many strong people among them. There were the 8 wings of Blue Feather here, but Han Fei believed that there were definitely much more law enforcers on the Scattered Stars Island than the so-called 8 wings of Blue Feather. The spiritual fruit shop was actually not far away. The first spiritual fruit shop was less than 10 kilometers away from Yu Ji's refining shop. However, Han Fei had a huge sum of 1 million spiritual fruits. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual qi and spiritual fruits in the shop were sold out. Yu Fu was speechless. Why did you buy so many spiritual fruits? The effect of swallowing spiritual fruits is slow, and the degree of physical improvement is limited, unless you eat them every day. Wow. Yu Fu looked at Han Fei in shock. Do you eat spiritual fruit every day? Seeing Han Fei's reaction, Yu Fu was dumbfounded. You're just an Azure Sea Blue Demon. I admit that you are a very strong and talented Azure Sea Blue Demon, but you are just an Azure Sea Blue Demon after all. Even top elites like Yuji didn't say that they needed to eat spirit fruits every day. You're an Azure Sea Blue Demon, and you want to eat spirit fruits every day? Han Fei smiled. I'm used to it. This sentence, like a thunder, fell in Yu Fu's mind. What did he mean by getting used to it? You haven't awakened in the past. Wait a minute. Uncle Fu looked at Han Fei in shock. You can clearly remember what happened before your awakening. Han Fei glanced at him indifferently and didn't speak. Yu Fu's eyelids twitched a few times, and he asked tentatively, Legendary? In Yu Fu's view, even after the awakening of exotic creatures, many of their memories before the awakening were vague. But Han Fei's words seemed to indicate that he remembered. Did this mean that Han Fei had awakened long before his transformation? No wonder. Yu Fu smiled bitterly. No wonder Yuji was so optimistic about Han Fei. He was a legendary creature. What did this mean? Legendary creatures were originally heavenly talents among marine creatures, and they usually even had some bloodline inheritance. Such a person had transformed into a demon. Of course, Yuji wanted to win him over. Only a creature of this level would be so arrogant and domineering, almost stabbing him to death with just a single word of disagreement. In the dark, several half-mermaids at the hidden fissure level looked at each other in surprise. Someone said, No wonder Yuji must protect this Azure Sea Blue Demon. If he really transformed from a legendary creature, then he is indeed worth cultivating. Someone smiled helplessly. No wonder this Azure Sea Blue Demon is so arrogant. It turns out that he is a heavenly talent. But how could a legendary creature transform into an Azure Sea Blue Demon? He can actually transform into a half-mermaid heavenly talent, right? The half-mermaids were also puzzled. Someone said, "This news is very important. I'll go back and report it." It was just as Han Fei expected. Although spiritual fruits were not high in value, there were not many of them. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, there were more spiritual fruits than on the human side. It was just that the price gave Han Fei a headache. On average, a spiritual fruit cost about 800 to 1,000 high-quality pearls. This was much more expensive than in the Level 3 fishery and several times more expensive than on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Can 1,000,000 only buy more than 1,000 of them?" Yu Fu nodded. "High-quality pearls are not good things. After all, the Sea of Pearls is over there. You can just go there to collect pearls. If it's spiritual stones, you can exchange for more." Han Fei finally understood. It turned out that the sea demons thought that high-quality pearls were far inferior to spiritual stones, so the price seemed high. Han Fei was speechless. If this is the case, I can exchange spiritual stones for high-quality pearls in the 10,000 Demon Valley, and then go back to the Scattered Stars Island to exchange high-quality pearls for spiritual stones. Wouldn't it be very easy to make a fortune? For others, this was difficult. But for Han Fei, it was very simple. However, he didn't know if a large number of transactions would attract attention. This was equivalent to money laundering. This kind of behavior, no matter in which social form, was not a good thing after all, and it should be noticed. However, Han Fei kept this matter in mind. If there was something he could do in the future, he could do something about it. After visiting 8 shops in a row, Han Fei finally spent the 1,000,000 high-quality pearls. However, what Yu Fu didn't know was that Han Fei had an ulterior motive. He wanted to buy spiritual fruits because he wanted to observe the refining shops along the way. Yu Fu asked carefully, "Now, are we going back?" Han Fei shook his head. "No hurry. Take me around. If there is no accident, I will stay in the 10,000 Demon Valley for a long time in the future, and many people will think that I am not qualified. I need to show them today." Yu Fu was helpless and thought to himself, "What are you talking about?" Sure enough, Han Fei's casual wandering behavior still aroused the disgust of many half-mermaids. Half an hour later, when Han Fei was about to go back, a half-mermaid landed in front of Yu Fu and Han Fei. Yu Fu took a closer look and immediately shivered. "Nice to meet you, Miss Yu Yin." At the same time, Uncle Fu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Miss Yu Yin and Miss Yu Ji don't get along very well." Smack! Yu Yun slapped him. Yu Fu didn't dare to fight back. He took a solid slap and didn't even dare to resist. Yu Yun glanced at Yu Fu coldly. "Who allowed you to secretly send a voice transmission to him?" The corner of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "The person I've been waiting for is finally here. Judging from the strength of this Yu Yin, she must be a heavenly talent no less than Yu Ji." Han Fei's face immediately turned cold. "What's the matter?" Yu Yun glanced at Han Fei lightly. "Are you the Azure Sea Blue Demon that Yu Ji brought back?" Han Fei said indifferently, "Yes." Yu Yun sneered. "You're quite arrogant. Didn't your master teach you about the difference in status?" As she spoke, Yu Yun stretched out her hand and slapped him. Seeing this scene, many passing half-mermaids stopped and watched the scene. However, to Yu Yun's surprise, Han Fei clenched his fist and punched at the slap. Neither of them moved. The ripples in the water rippled out for hundreds of meters. Yu Yun was furious. "Well, how dare an Azure Sea Blue Demon attack me? You're courting death." As she spoke, Yu Yun attacked again. This time, the power of the slap was more than 3 times that of the previous one. Her hand turned into a shadow, trying to slap Han Fei to death. Han Fei didn't even bat an eyelid. He had many purposes for this trip: to buy spiritual fruits, to observe and memorize the refining shop, to wait for someone to pick on him. The reason why Han Fei was waiting for someone to pick on him was that he needed to prove his value as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't work for Yu Ji's small shop. Han Fei clenched his fist, and a terrifying power burst out from his fist, which was extremely domineering. Boom! In the second exchange, Han Fei still didn't take a step back, but Yu Yin took half a step back. Wow! Someone next to her exclaimed, "Impossible! Is this the power of an inferior sea demon?" Someone rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? How can this be an inferior sea demon? This is an azure sea blue demon, which is said to have a demonic heritage that can grow." Someone was surprised. "I remember this person. Didn't he come back with Miss Yuji?" "Oh no, Miss Yuji is not here. This azure sea blue demon is going to be killed by Miss Yu Yin. You know, Miss Yu Yin is not inferior to Miss Yuji." Yu Fu hid in the distance, not daring to speak. He was secretly hoping that Yu Yin could kill this Yu Fei. Today, Yu Fei gave him a very bad feeling, even a little scared. And his associated spirit had been killed by him. It was impossible for him not to resent him. It was just that Yu Fei was quite proud and didn't seem to want to argue with him. So Yu Fu endured it. At this moment, he hoped Han Fei would die. Han Fei glanced at Yu Yin lightly and said expressionlessly, "Why did you attack me?" Yu Yin shouted coldly, "You offended your superior, so you must die today." Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 756. In the face of Yu Yin's scolding, Han Fei was not moved at all and even felt that it was just right. If the other party didn't want to kill him, how could he prove that he was a talented azure sea blue demon? Many people here knew Yu Yin, but no one knew Han Fei. They even thought that even if Han Fei was an azure sea blue demon, he was not qualified to live in the 10,000 Demon Valley. No one thought it was inappropriate for Yu Yin to kill people. Instead, they felt that this was a good show. Yu Yin slapped him again. This time, she used her full strength without holding anything back. In her opinion, Han Fei hadn't reached his peak yet. Even if he was strong, he couldn't be on par with her. Looking at the phantom of the giant hand slapping down, the seawater rolled to both sides, the water bubbles rolled, and a huge pressure came down from above. However, Han Fei still did not move. At that moment, he suddenly bared his teeth and raised his fist. A faint golden light soared into the sky. The peerlessly domineering punch pierced through the giant hand phantom. Han Fei glanced at Yu Yin indifferently, his teeth half open, looking extremely arrogant. The half-mermaid heavenly talent is just so. Buzz. These words were like a clap of thunder, ringing in the ears of the crowd. Is this still an azure sea blue demon? When had such an arrogant azure sea blue demon appeared in the 10,000 Demon Valley? The onlookers were dumbfounded. Yu Fu opened his mouth, his eyes full of disbelief. He suddenly remembered that Yuji and Han Fei both said that they were just friends. At that time, Yu Fu didn't take it seriously, thinking that Han Fei was arrogant and wanted to be friends with Yuji. But now, it seemed that the situation had exceeded his expectations. In terms of strength, Han Fei was even stronger than Yu Yin. Who was Yu Yin? That was a heavenly talent on the same level as Yuji. Although it was just a simple palm strike, it wasn't something an ordinary person could block. The crowd was shocked, and so were the people who were responsible for monitoring Han Fei. Someone mumbled, "Is an azure sea blue demon that has been awakened as a legendary creature really so terrifying?" The other person's face turned cold. That's not right. Although there are very few legendary creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers, it doesn't mean that they don't exist. There's no reason for them to be so strong. Below, Yu Yin's face was gloomy. You are a legendary creature. No wonder Yuji valued him so much. However, so what if he was a legendary? Why are you so proud of becoming an azure sea blue demon? As she spoke, Yu Yin took out the golden harpoon. This time she was serious. It was fine that he was humiliated by Yuji. If he couldn't even defeat an azure sea blue demon under her command, it would be extremely embarrassing. Knowing that Han Fei was a legendary creature, Yu Yun knew that she couldn't kill him. However, this loss he had to pay back. Today, he had to teach the other party a lesson. The nearby half-mermaids were also very angry at this moment, because the remark that the half-mermaid heavenly talents were just SOSO was a slap to their faces. Miss Yu Yin, kill him. Miss Yu Yin, you must kill him. So what if he's a legendary? Miss Yu Yin! Enraged, Han Fei stretched out his hand and a harpoon appeared in his hand. Han Fei sneered. Are you going to bully me with your weapon? When Yu Yin heard this, the golden harpoon in her hand disappeared and was replaced by an ultra-quality demonic weapon. At this time, Yu Yin was in a dilemma. They had to emerge victorious in this battle. Otherwise, it would only boost Han Fei's reputation. Hoop! Yu Yin was going to win with one blow, so that she could show her strength and defeat Han Fei's arrogance. At that time, she could even let go of their previous grudges and take this person's virginity. As Yu Yin swung her harpoon, a giant whale phantom whizzed out, aiming at Han Fei and slamming into him. The surrounding water pressure was terrifying, scaring the surrounding half-mermaids and forcing them to retreat. But some people saw that Han Fei still stood still and didn't dodge, as if he was going to meet Yu Yin's attack head-on. Wow, is he crazy? This is Miss Yu Yin's blue whale riding technique. Someone bared his teeth. This Azure Sea Blue Demon is doomed. He thinks he can block the blue whale technique just because he's a legendary creature. Above, a supervisor frowned. Should we stop him? This Azure Sea Blue Demon may be extremely talented. Forget it. Yu Yin probably won't kill him. After all, this Azure Sea Blue Demon is new here. It's good to frustrate his arrogance. Some half-mermaid guards were rushing from a distance, trying to stop him. However, they were still a little far away. However, when the giant whale rushed towards Han Fei spun his harpoon frantically. Suddenly, a water shield was raised and a slender water spout shot out horizontally. Someone exclaimed, "What? He actually wants to resist the blue whale riding technique with the water-spinning shield of the impermanent golden halberd?" Someone was speechless. Crazy, does he know what he's doing? Yu Fu ran far away. He felt that this Yu Fei must have lost his mind. This is not AF * king combat skill at all. But then, everyone found that something was wrong. The harpoon in Han Fei's hand spun faster and faster, and a white vortex barrier directly covered a radius of 20 meters around Han Fei, making it impossible to see the harpoon at all. So fast. Is this the water-spinning shield? How much strength does this require? Damn, how can this kid be so fast? Han Fei had only learned a few sea demons' combat skills. If he wanted to block this blue whale riding technique, he would have to use the majestic mystic spell. However, once he used it, he would expose too much of his strength. This impermanent golden halberd was only a demon-level high-quality combat skill, but it was actually not weak. In Han Fei's opinion, the defensive power of this water-spinning shield was very strong. As long as the speed was fast enough, the strength would be stronger. It shouldn't be a big problem to block this blue whale riding technique. Clang, the water-spinning shield was shattered, and most of the blue whale riding technique collapsed. At this moment, Han Fei was forced to retreat. Thud, thud, thud. While sliding in the water, Han Fei punched out 6 times in a row and slid out more than 300 meters before he finally stopped. The water was surging and Han Fei grinned. Heavenly talent. Yu Yin's face had become extremely ugly. This Azure Sea Blue Demon is so strong. What a strong physique. He took my blow head-on and didn't even vomit blood? Yu Yin's eyes were cold, knowing that she was embarrassed. The blue whale riding technique was blocked by Han Fei with the water-spinning shield. Wasn't this embarrassing? However, Yu Yin immediately had an idea and scolded. "Who the hell are you? Even a legendary creature with a talent for strength can't take my blow. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose in hiding in the 10,000 Demon Valley? Everyone's attention was attracted by Yu Yun's words. They were all half-mermaids, so what was the difference between them and Yu Yun being slapped in the face? For a time, everyone stared at Han Fei, feeling that he shouldn't have appeared in the 10,000 Demon Valley in such a low-key manner. Ha ha ha! Han Fei bared his teeth, raised his harpoon, and sneered. Who told you that I am a legendary creature? Huh? Many people were dumbfounded. Even Yu Yin was confused. She scolded. If you are not a legendary creature, how can you be so strong? Han Fei suddenly raised his head and glanced at everyone. I am. Pass. Speak. Hum. For a time, countless people were rioting. They couldn't believe their ears. A half-mermaid asked the side stupidly, What did he say? What is he? Gulp. The person who was asked swallowed with difficulty. He said. He is a legendary creature. The few people who had been monitoring Han Fei were also shocked to the extreme. Legendary creature? If what Han Fei said was true, then Han Fei would be the first and only legendary creature in the history of the 10,000 Demon Valley. For a time, there was silence and everyone held their breath. Yu Yin was dumbfounded, standing there blankly. Today, she just wanted to make some trouble for Yu Ji when she was not here. But Han Fei put away the harpoon, glanced at Yu Yin indifferently and swam straight away. When passing by Yu Yin, Han Fei said lightly, I learned combat skills in less than a month. This sound, like a thunderclap, pierced deeply into Yu Yun's mind. The corners of Yu Yun's mouth trembled, and she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, less than a month? Han Fei was like a proud swan, passing by a flock of ugly ducklings, holding his head high. He didn't think that showing such strength would not attract attention. Yu Fu was the first to come back to his senses. Seeing Han Fei leave, he hurriedly rushed behind Han Fei. He had a hunch that this would be an opportunity for him to rise. Perhaps this opportunity was more important than following Yu Ji. Yu Fu said flatteringly, Master Yu Fei, where are we going now? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Nowhere. Let's go back to the shop. I want to cultivate. At this moment, it was unknown how many people were rushing out to look for him, because anyone with a little intelligence would know that Han Fei's rise was unstoppable. Some people even thought that in the future, there might be one more 8 wings of blue feather. However, only Han Fei himself knew that the next step was to rely on his acting skills. The 4th chapter. I originally wanted to do 3 chapters today, but when I wrote, I realized that if I did 3 chapters, you guys would have to stop updating the training class, so I added 1 more chapter. I'm an emotionless writer, begging for monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 757. In one day, the news that Han Fei was a legendary creature spread throughout the entire 10,000 Demon Valley. Those who heard it were all shocked and amazed. This also led to many people wanting to see what the awakened azure sea blue demon looked like. As a result, Yu Ji's weapon shop was overcrowded for a while. At this moment, Yu Ji's weapon shop put up a purchase limit, and only 50 high-quality demonic weapons were sold in a single day. However, Han Fei didn't need to refine weapons himself. He didn't want to refine weapons for sea demons. At this moment, he was waiting for someone to come, a real big shot to come. Han Fei was resting with his eyes closed, turning a blind eye to those perceptions and gazes. He was playing with the fish. In Forge the Universe, Little White wandered around leisurely. From time to time, it jumped back and forth among the leaves of the big red trunk, looking very happy. As for Little Black, at this moment, a burly figure silently appeared in a shop called Fish's Howl Weapon Shop. Han Fei lowered his head, looked at his hands, and shook his head slightly. Puppets are puppets, after all. It's still impossible for them to be like humans. But fortunately, these arrays are simple. This person was Overlord. Beside the Overlord was an invisible black fish. As Overlord stepped his feet, one array, two arrays, three arrays, three arrays, three different kinds of seals. After doing all this, Overlord took a step and walked into the material room of this Shao weapon shop. The moment Han Fei stepped into the seal, a buzzing sound rang and rippled out. However, at the same time, two of the three seals that Han Fei had set up were activated. Whether it was the sound or the vibration, they all disappeared at that moment. As soon as he entered, Han Fei saw two large piles of messy materials. A large tank of spiritual spring occupied 1/5 of the area of the room. It's also a high-grade spirit weapon shop. But why does this shop only have 30,000 caddies of spirit spring? Overlord was expressionless, but the blue flames in his eyes were flickering and jumping, looking extremely eager. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the material room had become clean as if it had been licked. The Overlord looked at Xiao He, only to see Xiao He growing bigger and bigger. A huge mouth appeared and swallowed the Overlord whole. Let's go to the next shop. Less than half an hour after the battle with Yu Yin, several powerful perceptions swept over. When the pressure descended, the half-mermaids who had been surrounding Yuji's weapon shop fled in panic. Yu Fu was too scared to move. He had nowhere to run, even if he wanted to. He could only respectfully stand in the shop and wait for the arrival of the important person. 10 seconds later, a half-mermaid expert in a jade battle suit entered the shop. This person was full of strong, murderous aura, and the pressure was bursting out. Yu Fu was so scared that his body was trembling. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at this person, just as he expected. In fact, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure if his method would work. However, it shouldn't be a problem if he gave it a try. He thought that the person who came would be stronger than this one, but now it seemed that he wasn't. The pressure this person gave him was actually not strong. Although he was a hidden fisher, he was weaker than Xiao Zhan. The person stared at Han Fei for a long time, but Han Fei didn't dodge his eyes, let alone panic. The person grinned and said, "No wonder you are a legendary creature. Your determination and arrogance are beyond ordinary people's reach." This person shouted, "I am Yu Xian, Deputy Commander of the Blue Sea Demon Army of the Blood Sea Valley. You are an Azure Sea Blue Demon, born to be in my Blue Sea Demon Army. Follow me. You can choose any cultivation method or combat skill you want. As long as you go with me, you can directly command a regiment of 100 people. In less than a year, I will give you a regiment of 1,000 people. In the future, if you stand out, the position of Deputy Commander of the Blue Sea Demon Army will be yours." Han Fei blinked his eyes a few times, wondering if he had exposed too much. Legendary-type creatures were so popular. Han Fei didn't know what the Blue Sea Demon Army was, but he could guess it. Besides, this person was from the Blood Sea Valley, so he should be the deputy commander of the ordinary inferior manfish. According to Yu Fu, there must be more people in the Blood Sea Valley than in the 10,000 Demon Valley. It could be imagined how many ordinary sea demons Yu Xian had commanded. However, Han Fei didn't intend to leave the 10,000 Demon Valley. He complained in his heart, "I just want to sneak into the 10,000 Demon Valley and get as many benefits as I can. If I go to the Blood Sea Valley, I'll stay with a group of stupid ordinary sea demons every day. Am I crazy?" Han Fei was about to refuse, when he suddenly heard someone sneer outside the cave. "Yu Xian, you are indeed very fast, but is your Blue Sea Demon Army strong enough?" As he spoke, another strong man in a bright red battle suit came in. Although this person was laughing, the pressure he faintly exuded made Han Fei frown slightly. This person was probably no weaker than Xiao Zhan. This person entered the weapon shop and sat down on the refining divine platform casually. He stretched out his hand, and a crab leg appeared. He bit it off with a crack and began to chew it. Yu Xian frowned. "Yu Qin, why is your red blood demon army robbing an azure sea blue demon heavenly talent?" Yu Qin grinned. Those red demon brats always think that they're strong. If a powerful azure sea blue demon suppresses them, their ferocity will be aroused. Then he looked at Han Fei. I am Yu Qin, the deputy commander of the Red Blood Demon Army in the Blood Sea Valley. You know, they are all red demons. It is very difficult to suppress them. It depends on your ability. You are a heavenly talent and have your own pride. This is a great challenge. I wonder if you are interested. Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. Yu Xian was delighted. What about me? Han Fei continued to shake his head. No. Their momentum erupted almost at the same time, and they both glared at Han Fei. Yu Chen said coldly, You said you are a legend, so you attracted our attention. But just because you are a legend doesn't mean you are a real genius. As an azure sea blue demon, where else can you go except for the Blood Sea Valley? Yu Fu was so scared by the sudden pressure of the two that he sat on the ground. Han Fei slowly got up and said with a firm look, I pursue the great Tao. Yu Xian and Yu Qin looked at each other, and Yu Qin suddenly smiled. Sure enough, creatures of different levels have different perceptions. In the entire 10,000 Demon Valley, there are no more than 100 people who have the confidence to say that they pursue the great Tao. You, very good. Suddenly, Yu Xian and Yu Qin looked at the entrance of the cave at the same time and then made way for someone. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, The person I've been waiting for is here. The person who came this time was not a half-mermaid, but a red demon. However, this red demon was very different from ordinary red demons. He was abnormally tall, and his legs had greatly evolved. He had no tail behind him, and he looked like a deformed human being. However, his face was no longer like a fish. Except for his particularly big eyes, he looked more like a human than any red demon Han Fei had ever seen. Yu Xian and Yu Qin said respectfully at the same time, Lord Huan. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Is this Qixue Huan, who ranks 7th among the so-called 8 wings of blue feather, and the only red demon in the 10,000 Demon Valley who has become one of the 8 wings of blue feather? Qixue Huan glanced at the two of them. You go back. Yu Xian and Yu Chen exchanged a look and responded, Yes, sir. No information appeared in Han Fei's eyes, but this person gave him a very bad feeling, very cold and fierce. Unlike Yu Xian and Yu Qin, they were able to release their auras, but this Qixue Huan had his own pressure. He stared at Han Fei, and Han Fei also stared at him. At this time, Yu Fu was already lying on the ground, not even daring to raise his head. Qixue Huan said, Actually, you should go to the Blood Sea Valley. The great Tao is invisible. Only after going through many hardships will you be more qualified to seek the great Tao. Han Fei didn't speak, and Qixue Huan continued, But don't worry. You have just transformed and don't have any combat skills. By the way, what's your inherited secret skill? Han Fei was silent for a moment, and after thinking it over, he said, Overlord Body. Oh, Qixue Huan's expression changed slightly. What kind of Overlord Body? Try it. Han Fei pondered for a while and secretly activated the majestic, mystic spell. Suddenly, his momentum surged, and his strength increased exponentially. His strength directly climbed to the level of a peak-level hanging fisher. Qixue Huan grinned, revealing his fangs. I see. It seems to be stronger than the Sea King's secret method. Yes, you do have the right to be proud. Han Fei thought to himself, the Sea King's secret method can only increase one's luck by more than 2 times, not 3 times. I'm 5 times. How can it be the same? Suddenly, Qixue Huan suddenly asked, Did you kill Yu and the others? Han Fei was not stunned. He had already considered this question. He shook his head slightly. No, there was a second guardian creature. Han Fei was not worried. Little Gold's lightning blade was really strong, and Han Fei didn't clean up the traces left behind. It was because of the power of lightning that Han Fei was not afraid of being investigated. Qixue Huan smiled. I heard from you, Ji, that you saved her? Han Fei shook his head. Not really. That creature didn't attack us. Qixue Huan grunted. Even if you are a legendary creature, I won't accept you as my disciple. Legend. Do you really want to enter the 10,000 Demon Tower? Han Fei frowned slightly. It was different from what he thought. He thought this person would want to take him away, but it didn't seem to be the case. Han Fei thought for a long time. Yes. Qixue Huan's eyes were shining. Where to? Han Fei said expressionlessly. Leave the 10,000 Demon Valley and find a way. Qixue Huan nodded with satisfaction. That's the nature of a legendary creature. If you want to stay in the 10,000 Demon Valley, I will definitely suspect that you have ulterior motives. It seems that you have made a plan. While Qixue Huan was chatting with Han Fei, suddenly, a roar of anger spread across dozens of kilometers. Bastard, there's a thief. First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 758. Han Fei chuckled in his heart. In fact, Han Fei had already made up his mind when he asked Yu Fu to take him out. His purpose was to kill 5 birds with 1 stone. By spiritual fruits, observe the terrain, wait for people to provoke him, steal things, and wait for people to rope him in. Han Fei admired himself a little. He wanted to squeeze out the benefits he could get from sneaking into the 10,000 Demon Valley as soon as possible. However, Han Fei didn't expect that his plan would be exposed so soon. He had only robbed 2 refining shops and harvested a total of 59,000 caddies of spiritual spring, which was less than 60,000 caddies, which was less than 60 million spiritual energy. However, he got a lot of refining materials. Those were the spiritual energy reserves of a sea monster refining shop, which were easily stolen by him. It was impossible to say that he didn't make money, but these materials were useless to Han Fei. In the future, it wouldn't be easy to sell such a large number of materials. Therefore, he could only sell them slowly. However, the noise was so loud that even Qixue Huan was alarmed. At the moment when Qixue Huan looked out, Little Black, who was more than 30 kilometers away, stopped swimming and leaned against the rock wall outside a spiritual fruit shop. Immediately afterward, there was another roar. Someone roared, "Not good! Someone robbed my refining shop. All the materials and spiritual spring are gone. The half-mermaid was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood. Han Fei was speechless. This is a bit hard to deal with. He thought that when he attracted a lot of people's attention, he could rob at least 5 or 6 shops with Little Black and Overlord. But who would have thought that he would be able to rob at least 5 or 6 shops with Little Black and Overlord? Han Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to rob the 3rd shop. At this moment, many refining shops should have been alerted, and he might not be able to rob them in a short time. However, Han Fei didn't panic. This time the robbery was fruitful. If 60 million points of spiritual energy were not enough, he would be too greedy. Qixue Huan frowned slightly and said to the entrance of the cave, "Go check it out." Someone took the order and left. Qixue Huan looked back at Han Fei. This kind of thing is very rare in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Don't worry about it. Let's continue. Qixue Huan said, "You will leave eventually. If that's the case, how are you going to repay me for nurturing you and teaching you all sorts of top-notch battle skills and secret arts?" Pondering for a moment, Han Fei asked, "How do you want me to pay you back?" Qixue Huan's eyes flickered. "Simple, help me do 3 things. When you're done, you can leave any time." Han Fei asked, "How long?" Qixue Huan grinned. "Lifespan shouldn't be a problem for you. If it's fast, it'll take 3 to 5 years. If it's slow, it'll take 7 to 8 years. Once you're done with these 3 things, you can leave at any time." Han Fei sneered in his heart. "Who's going to follow you for 3 to 5 years? I'll be lucky if I can stay here for 3 to 5 months. However, on the surface, Han Fei asked indifferently, "What is it?" Qixue Huan smiled faintly and said, "There's no hurry. Although you're a legendary creature, you're still weak. Moreover, be it cultivation technique or battle skill, they were both lacking. You still need more training. With your current strength, there are 2 places that are most suitable for you to train your combat skills." Han Fei wondered, "Where?" Qixue Huan said, "The Sea Demon Colosseum is the first battlefront between the sea demons and humans. I prefer the latter. If you survive on the human battlefield, your strength will definitely be greatly improved." Han Fei thought to himself, "Do you think I'm stupid? Go to the Scattered Stars Island now. It wasn't easy for me to get out. At that time, I won't have a chance to deduce void fishing. Anyway, I can't go there." Han Fei said, "Let's go to the Sea Demon Colosseum first." Qixue Huan waved his hand and more than a dozen jade slips appeared. "It's up to you. You can stay in the 10,000 Demon Valley for a while. You've just transformed, so your speed of improvement is extremely fast. But remember, you can exceed level 50. Han Fei was surprised. "Why?" Qixue Huan said, "First of all, if there are no accidents, we need someone whose realm is within this range. When the time is right, you'll know." Han Fei guessed that he needed to explore a secret realm by himself. This secret realm required him to be a hanging fisher. However, Han Fei was a little troubled. Would he rob this secret realm with the human beings? Then it would be troublesome. Since he was a legendary creature, it must not be an ordinary secret realm. However, of course, he wanted to go in. After all, secret realms represented treasures. "Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time." Qixue Huan left. Before leaving, he said to Han Fei, "In the future, no other big shots will come to trouble you. You can solve the trivial problems yourself. First of all, I don't know when exactly it will be, but you need to hurry up and practice your combat skills." After Qixue Huan left, Han Fei sat alone for a long time. Things really changed. Han Fei didn't intend to stay in the 10,000 Demon Valley for long. After all, this was not the territory of humans. It was uncomfortable to stay here for a long time. If it weren't for Qixue Huan's hint that the first thing to do was to explore the secret realm, Han Fei might not have talked to him at all. "Why the F***CK would I do 3 things for you? If I want to leave, you might not be able to catch me." Yu Fu looked at Han Fei differently at this moment. This lord seemed to be on the same level as Yu Ji in just a moment. Sure enough, heavenly talents will shine wherever they are. Han Fei secretly smiled. Since he was not in a hurry to leave, he was not in a hurry to let Little Black take Overlord to rob. He might really be able to try the Sea Demon combat skills. With the heavens' extended art, whether it was the human society or the Sea Demon world, he seemed to be able to conquer both sides in the future. Thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help but glance at the combat skills and techniques left by Qixue Huan. As a result, Han Fei found that there was a heaven-level, low-quality cultivation method and 4 heaven-level, low-quality combat skills among them. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Qixue Huan is really bold. He's really not afraid that I'll run away. That cultivation method was naturally ignored by Han Fei. If he wanted to cultivate, he would cultivate the true spirit demonic scripture. Although they were both heaven-level, low-quality, these 2 concepts were completely different. The reason why the true spirit demonic scripture was heaven-level, low quality was entirely because the first Sea King incarnated the way of heaven and imparted the scripture to all living beings in the sea. To deduce this cultivation method, it would cost 100 million yuan. How could an ordinary heaven-level, low-quality cultivation method compare to it? As for other basic combat skills, Han Fei almost ignored those that were not heaven-level. 4 heaven-level, low-quality combat skills were enough for him to cultivate. Besides, Qixue Huan was quite thoughtful. These combat skills could be said to be both offensive and defensive. They were Sea King's secret method. Han Fei already had this. But Han Fei might not be able to show his powerful inherited combat skills all the time. The point was that the so-called inherited overlord body was just a bluff. If it was seen through, it would be over. Flying Flower Demon Flash, a combat footwork for sea monsters. After reading it, Han Fei found that this footwork could allow his body to shuttle freely within 20 meters and break the void. It was a close combat, flashing combat skill. Han Fei suspected that if this Flying Flower Demon Flash continued to be deduced, it might be very terrifying. If it could be compared to Xia Xiaochan's flash, it would be even more terrifying. Besides, if he could use it after becoming a human, that would be invincible. One line of light. This was the power of the harpoon that Yuji and the others used when they fought. It was so powerful that even he had to be careful when dealing with it. Combined with the sea god's secret method, it was even as powerful as Han Fei's previous draw technique. 17 Dragon Fists, a sea monster fist technique with a total of 17 moves, each stronger than the last. It was said that the strongest one could punch 17 times in an instant, which could crack mountains and break rocks and break ultra-quality, demonic weapons with bare hands. Han Fei thought about it. This 17 Dragon Fists was not bad. After coming to the 10,000 Demon Valley, he definitely couldn't use the sacrificing punch. As for the art of invincibility, he wouldn't use it if he could. At this time, it was best to use a fist technique as a substitute. Han Fei soon made up his mind. He would use 3 days to practice these combat skills. 3 days later, he would go to the Sea Monster Coliseum and fight. Yu Fu. Yes, I'm here. Yu Fu was completely terrified at this moment. Han Fei's rise was already unstoppable. Besides, Yu Fu also heard what Han Fei said just now. This man was looking for the Great Way. In terms of awareness, he was even higher than Yuji. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Han Fei glanced at him. I want to practice my cultivation methods and combat skills. Is there a place? Yu Fu quickly said, Yes, there is a cultivation canyon on the west side, and all the half-mermaids and half-mermaids cultivate in that canyon. Cultivation Canyon? Yu Fu explained, there is a demonic heritage under the 10,000 Demon Tower, so we can cultivate there. If you can go to the 10,000 Demon Tower, you don't have to go to the Cultivation Canyon. But since you haven't gone to the 10,000 Demon Tower, the Cultivation Canyon is the most suitable place for you to cultivate. Back then, Miss Yuji and the others also walked out of the Cultivation Canyon step by step. Han Fei got up and walked to the door, ignoring the commotion outside. Little Black plunged into his body and threw the stolen things in to forge the universe together with the Overlord. Han Fei's face was expressionless. In that case, I'll go to the Cultivation Canyon. If Yuji comes back, tell her to come to me. Yes, my lord. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 759. It had been 3 months since he ran away from the Scattered Stars Island. The life tablet was probably broken too. He was afraid that Luo Xiaobai and the others would find it. However, because he was forced to leave the island, it would be difficult for Luo Xiaobai and the others to come out again. Old Jiang couldn't find him, so he wouldn't look for him randomly. However, he didn't know if anyone had reminded Tangge. Would he run out? Han Fei couldn't care less at this moment. After all, he was already in the Myriad Demon Valley. In fact, he was waiting for an expert to appear and take him away. Then he demanded an exorbitant amount of resources. But since seeing Qishuahuan, he found that things were not so simple. Only Qishuahuan came, and it seemed that he was not going to let him enter the 10,000 Demon Tower, which gave him no chance to ask for more. Forget it. Let's go take a look at that Cultivation Canyon first. Yu Fu led Han Fei all the way west, which was actually the other side of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Yu Fu said respectfully, Master, There are daily cultivation waters, ordinary demon realms, and ancient 72-floor demon realms in the cultivation canyon. At this time, Master has not yet practiced a suitable sea demon cultivation method. His combat skills are not yet proficient, so don't force your way into the ancient 72-floor demon realm. Oh, what kind of place is the ancient 72-floor demon realm? Yu Fu explained, it is said that the establishment of the 10,000 Demon Valley is due to the existence of the demonic heritage. In the past, when the sea monsters discovered the demon vein, they also discovered the demon realm. It was said that this was a small demon realm. Legend has it that in the true Sea Demon King city, there is a truly peerless demon realm. Han Fei was surprised. Sea Demon King city? Yu Fu sighed. The royal city has always been a legend. Some ordinary sea demons had never been to the 10,000 Demon Valley before, so they thought this was the royal city. Little did they know that no one had ever been to the real royal city, nor had they seen anyone from royal city come here. However, the myriad Demon Valley was already a holy land, especially the ancient 72-floor demon realm. It was said that since the 10,000 Demon Valley had existed for countless years, no one had been able to reach the top. That place is where the great opportunity lies. Han Fei was shocked. What? It's been so long and no one has gone in? Are there so few heavenly talents among the sea demons? Yu Fu shook his head. How can it be less? There were countless prodigies, and it was recorded on the demon steel that 68 of them had entered level 71. Below the 71st floor, each floor was filled with 100 people. However, not a single person was able to enter the 72nd floor. Han Fei was surprised. What is the demon steel? Yu Fu said respectfully, the demon steel is a rock wall which records the top 100 heavenly talents on each floor in the history of the 72-floor demon realm. This ranking was not based on the number of levels passed in the demon realm, but the top 100 experts in each level. Even the 100th place on the first level can be considered a genius. Han Fei was a little shocked. It seemed that this 10,000 Demon Valley was also extraordinary. After such a long time, the ancient 72-floor demon realm was still left behind. Han Fei asked, "Is Yuji on the list?" Yu Fu said proudly, "Yes, yes." Miss Yuji had passed the 61st floor of the demon realm and was ranked 81st. Only then will he be qualified to be taken in as a disciple by Lord Northstar. Han Fei was speechless. She's already 81st. Why is she so proud? Yu Fu was even more speechless. My lord, the demon steel records the strongest heavenly talents in history. Although it only records the sea demons below level 50, it has been accumulated over countless years. Han Fei didn't deny it. Time didn't mean anything. However, Han Fei felt that he should also be a lot weaker. After all, since meeting Chen Huangdian, Han Fei would no longer consider himself a peerless heavenly talent. In terms of talent, Chen Huangdian's talent surpassed all the people he had ever seen. He was the most talented one. An hour later, Han Fei finally came to the so-called cultivation canyon. It was more like a training ground than a long, abyss-like strait. As far as the eye could see, it stretched for dozens of kilometers. After listening to Yu Fu's introduction, Han Fei learned that this was actually an ordinary training ground that stretched for more than 120 kilometers. As far as Han Fei could see, there were sea demons floating in the water, half-mermaids fighting fiercely, and half-mermaids practicing combat skills alone in the water. Such a scene stretched as far as the eye could see. Yu Fu took Han Fei here, and Yu Fu said respectfully, "My lord, this is an ordinary training ground. The deeper you go, the more advanced the training ground will be. But, my lord, don't rush in directly. If you want to enter the ancient 72-floor demon realm, you have to fight all the way." Han Fei glanced at this ordinary training ground full of half-mermaids and frowned. There are so many people. How can I cultivate here? Han Fei immediately said, Go ahead. I'll go alone. Yes, my lord. Han Fei's arrival was destined to attract too many people. Some people knew about Han Fei's previous deeds, but most people didn't. Because from the battle with Yu Yun to the arrival of Qixue Huan and his arrival in this cultivation canyon, it had been less than 8 hours. The news that Han Fei was a legendary awakened sea demon hadn't spread yet. So, as soon as Han Fei arrived here, someone immediately scolded. Where did this inferior sea demon come from? Get out of here. A half-mermaid with slightly better eyesight saw Han Fei and sneered. An azure sea blue demon? Amazing. Why didn't you go to the Blood Sea Valley? Why did you come to the Cultivation Canyon? Is this a place you can come to? Han Fei said indifferently, Get out of the way. A half-mermaid sneered. Get out of the way. Who do you think you are? Even an azure sea blue demon is not qualified to come to the Cultivation Canyon to cultivate. Go quickly, or I'll beat you until you leave. Yu Fu hadn't gone far. Seeing the scene, he thought to himself, What a fool! Don't you think? Since Master Yu Fei can come here as an azure sea blue demon, how can he not have some confidence? Han Fei said leisurely, Do you want to fight? Then come on. Swish. Han Fei stabbed out with his harpoon. The speed was so fast and the power was so fierce that the seawater exploded, and the person closest to Han Fei was directly poked hundreds of meters away by the harpoon. There were no fancy combat skills or magical footwork. It was just a simple harpoon, which was as simple as a slash, but no one could block it. What a strong power! No wonder you dare to come to the Cultivation Canyon. Let me fight you. Seeing that Yu Fu hadn't gone far, Han Fei immediately looked back and asked, Can we fight to the death here? Yu Fu opened his mouth, but before he could answer, someone sneered. This azure sea blue demon wants to fight to the death? Of course. You can fight to the death here. As long as you agree, you can fight to the death. Han Fei looked back and nodded. Very good. If you want to challenge me, I'll fight to the death. Who wants to fight to the death? Han Fei's voice was extremely cold. Hearing his words, many people immediately flinched. They were all here to cultivate. Who wanted to fight to the death here? However, among 100 people, there were always 1 or 2 naive people who were always extremely confident and thought they could win. Immediately, someone stood up, bared his sharp teeth, and looked at Han Fei coldly. I'll fight. On the path of cultivation, how can you be successful if you're afraid of death? Today, I'll let you know that it's not so easy to enter the Cultivation Canyon. This person's whole body was ignited with white flames, and he activated the Sea King's secret method. A big green fish covered his whole body and his head was green. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. Why isn't his head green? However, Han Fei clearly felt that this person's realm didn't seem to be higher than his. What's the point of using the Sea King's secret method? Immediately, Han Fei didn't even need to use any combat skills. He just pointed his harpoon again. The phantom of hundreds of feet pierced through the seawater, letting out a sharp howl. It was a simple harpoon, but it was extremely domineering. The half-mermaid roared and pointed his harpoon exactly as Han Fei did. However, the tip of his harpoon was shining brilliantly and emitting a dense, demonic aura. Bam! Crack! The harpoon in the opponent's hand broke. Han Fei had already passed by him and stood behind him. The harpoon pierced through his body. Han Fei grabbed the blood-stained harpoon and moved forward step by step as if he had done a trivial thing. With one blow, a half-mermaid was killed. Seeing this scene, countless surrounding half-mermaids were horrified. Who on earth is this azure sea blue demon? Someone was shocked. Is this azure sea blue demon so powerful? Someone backed down. Not everyone could afford a life-and-death battle. In the distance, Yu Fu left quietly after seeing this scene. He was wondering if Master Yu Fei would become the next person to step on the demon steel. Yu Fu couldn't help but think so. This was the awakening of a legendary creature. In terms of level, it was probably higher than that of an ordinary half-mermaid heavenly talent. If he could show his talent, he wouldn't necessarily be worse than Yu Ji. Han Fei walked very slowly. However, within thousands of meters, no half-mermaid dared to come up to fight him. Fighting with such a lunatic was fatal. When Han Fei walked more than 8,000 meters, a second person finally jumped out. However, with one blow, half of the person's body was blasted through. Han Fei was still moving forward, not even stopping. 30 kilometers later, someone attacked again. This person was holding an ultra-quality demonic weapon with a sealed spirit, and his strength had reached the peak. This time, Han Fei attacked again. For the first time, he used the so-called Sea King's secret method. When a thick white light enveloped him, Han Fei felt a magical power, which seemed to be a branch stretching out from the void or the nectar of the ninth heaven, suddenly falling into his body. In addition to becoming stronger, this feeling was also very comfortable. It was more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring, resting when tired, or standing for a long time. No wonder you all like to use this combat skill. When Han Fei stabbed out with his harpoon, the demon purification pot trembled. Han Fei clearly felt an inexplicable palpitation. It was as if something had broken away from him. The person on the opposite side seemed to notice that Han Fei was distracted and was attacking with all his strength. A terrifying force rolled up 100 meters of seawater and rushed at Han Fei. Kacha! The harpoon in Han Fei's hand broke. However, the result was unexpected. Han Fei grabbed half of the iron handle in his hand and slashed across the person's chest. At that moment, the person's chest burst open and blood flowed out. Han Fei held the opponent's harpoon, and demonic energy burst out of his hand, forcibly suppressing the vibrating demonic weapon. It just so happens that I need a good weapon. Third chapter, asking for votes. By the way, yesterday, a group member proposed to do a live stream. I've opened it up on YN, and we can chat occasionally. What do you guys think? Welcome. If you have nothing to do, you can set a time to do a live stream. Today is the third chapter, and there should be an extra chapter tomorrow, end of this chapter. Chapter 760. Welcome the new leader, Dior. Han Fei didn't intend to stay here. What he wanted to come to was not this ordinary cultivation place, but the ancient 72-floor demon realm. If Yu Fu didn't tell him about the ancient 72-floor demon realm, Han Fei wouldn't let it go. After all, he could be both a human and a siren. As long as he wanted, he could do whatever he wanted in the world of humans and sea demons. After all, they were the same in body. So, what was the difference in cultivation level? Although he hadn't practiced the cultivation methods of the demon race yet, Han Fei didn't believe that there was anyone he couldn't beat in this ordinary cultivation field. If so, Qixue Huan probably wouldn't come to him. His legendary identity would no longer have any meaning. Han Fei was still walking. However, no one challenged him anymore. More people were thinking, what's the background of this azure sea blue demon? He's terrifyingly strong, and he only used one blow from the beginning to the end. When he was 100 kilometers away, someone attacked. Han Fei felt that this person's momentum was not weak. Behind him stood a huge stone man tens of meters high, his body burning with white flames, and the 8 sharp claws behind him were ready to attack. The man looked at Han Fei. I know that an azure sea blue demon who can come here must be extraordinary. However, fighting is the fastest way to advance. Fight with me. Han Fei bared his teeth. This is a life and death battle. Only life and death. The man smiled. I know. Han Fei was a little puzzled. Why don't you go to the demon realm? The man grinned. Not everyone is a heavenly talent. Since you're not a heavenly talent, it's not as meaningful as this kind of life and death battle. Han Fei asked, Aren't there ordinary demon realms? The man shook his head. It's meaningless. I came from the ordinary demon realm to wait for you. Han Fei nodded, thinking there are many brave sea demons. Since this man was ready to die, Han Fei wouldn't stop him. He just said lightly, "You will die." Hum. As Han Fei spoke, the giant moved and punched down, shattering the seawater. Han Fei activated the majestic mystic spell and watched the huge fist mark break through the waves. Han Fei said, "I forgot to tell you that my inherited secret skill is the Overlord body." Boom! The seawater exploded, smoke and dust billowed and bubbles rolled out. The shock waves spread out for dozens of miles. With just one strike, the stone man shattered with a loud bang, as if it had never existed. That person had already charged over. However, instead of using a harpoon, he turned his hands into knives. Together with the 8 sharp thorns behind him, he was equivalent to 10 sharp blades bombarding Han Fei. As usual, Han Fei used the harpoon in his hand to spin water as a shield. Clang, clang, clang. After 100 consecutive attacks, the man failed to penetrate Han Fei's defense. Seeing this scene, countless half-mermaids were shocked. It was a miracle that Han Fei could use the transient golden halberd to such an extent. Han Fei twisted his wrist and said casually, "This impermanence golden halberd has a technique called breaking waves by pointing stars, which requires sufficient demonic chi, fast speed, and great strength. You should all be able to use it, but have a taste of mine." Han Fei stabbed out with his harpoon. Different from before, this strike was too fast, too fast. When the seawater broke through, it was a sonic boom. This was a completely different feeling from unleashing such power in the air. In the seawater, white fireworks were ignited. Seeing this scene, the half-mermaid was horrified. This was an inherited secret technique, plus the Sea King's secret method. This power was no longer something he could resist. However, if he could block this blow, he could be sure that he was only a step away from breaking through the barrier and stepping into the real sea demon realm. Swish! Crack, crack, crack. A water column rushed out more than 100 meters. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Han Fei had already walked hundreds of meters forward, and the blades in front of the half-mermaid were all broken, none of them intact. There was a small hole between his eyebrows, from which blood flowed out. Han Fei pointed at the half-mermaid's eyebrows, and the result was already revealed. Countless pairs of eyes were full of shock. Was this really an azure sea blue demon? These people were just shocked and then whispered to each other, sending voice transmissions to each other. However, what they didn't know was that Han Fei only left a glimpse of his back. At this moment, he was grimacing in pain. After all, he was facing a desperate blow from the other party. After all, he was using the body of a sea demon at the moment. Although he was not familiar with combat skills, Han Fei felt he was strong enough to fight like this. However, this also indirectly proved that the ancient 72-floor demon realm might not be so easy to break through. Even that guy just now could only break through the ordinary demon realm. And although he won, he wasn't much stronger than him. Han Fei knew that it was time for him to cultivate. After the ordinary cultivation place, there was a large open space of hundreds of kilometers. But it was not really empty. He just started walking and hadn't reached the ordinary demon realm yet. But Han Fei didn't plan to go to the demon realm immediately. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, he floated up and began to cultivate the True Spirit demonic scripture. The True Spirit demonic scripture said that this was an enlightening cultivation method and it was extremely difficult to become a big demon. But Han Fei was now enlightening it. Before, he didn't understand the cultivation of sea demons at all. All combat experience was gained through fighting. Although it was also suitable for sea demons, there was no cultivation method to support it after all. The demonic energy he used was also forcibly injected and he didn't fully utilize it. The cultivation of sea demons was different from that of human beings. Human beings needed to sit cross-legged, guide spiritual energy into their bodies, wash their bodies, broaden their meridians, temper their will, and stabilize their souls. But sea demons were different. The cultivation results might be the same, but the postures were different. Sea demons floated in the water to cultivate. When cultivating, the surface of their bodies was covered with a faint layer of demonic energy. After the demonic energy entered the body, it condensed in his dantian and between his eyebrows. With these 2 points as the foundation, it spread throughout his body and slowly improved. However, when Han Fei started to cultivate the true spirit demonic scripture, an accident happened. The white bead that had been silent in his dantian began to spin rapidly. As it spun, demonic energy rolled over from all directions. This time, many sea demons more than 10 kilometers away were shocked again. They saw that Han Fei stopped in the distance and began to cultivate. However, they didn't expect that Han Fei's cultivation would be so noisy. The demonic energy gathered and rolled like a tide. Han Fei was like a huge funnel, swallowing crazily. Someone was dumbfounded. Is this really the first time this guy has cultivated? Someone was dumbfounded. That's why I said that he was able to get through all the obstacles without cultivating. Someone sighed. It seems that there will be one more azure sea blue demon in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Many people thought of Qishuahuan, an expert who used to be a crimson blood red demon and the only red demon among the 8 wings of blue feather. Qishuahuan was watching this scene with a few people dozens of kilometers away. Even Qishuahuan himself couldn't help exclaiming, "No wonder he's a legendary creature. His cultivation speed is even faster than mine." Beside him, someone murmured, "I don't know why, but I suspect that Yu was killed by this kid." Another half-mermaid smiled and said, "Even if he killed Yu, so what? He's a legendary creature. Can Yu compare to a legendary creature? If we can keep this kid in the 10,000 Demon Valley, our strength will definitely increase greatly in the future." Someone frowned. "Qishuahuan, is he really going to leave?" Qishuahuan said lightly, "If you are a legendary creature, will you stay?" The man thought for a while and shook his head slightly. "If I had that kind of talent, I would definitely pursue the Great Tao. But when I make a breakthrough, maybe I will leave too." Qishuahuan said, "That's right. Even if we force him to stay, who dares to? If this kid grows to a certain extent, he may be able to suppress us in the future. At that time, we will retaliate. Who can stop him? But now he has promised us some benefits. Maybe he can help us in the future." Another half-mermaid said, "Well, even if he is a legendary creature, his growth won't be so fast. The higher the level, the slower the growth. It's still too early for him to reach our level." At this moment, Han Fei really didn't know that so many strong masters were watching him. He was shocked. What on earth was the demon essence, white bead in his dantian? He was shocked at the beginning. When the Snow God's temple master gave him this demon essence, he knew it was not good, because the name demon essence was too evil. Besides, thinking of the fact that so many sea demons condensed their sea demon heroic souls for this thing, Han Fei knew that this thing must have something to do with the sea demons. He didn't know that this thing was so domineering that it forcibly absorbed demonic energy from all directions. He felt that the strange meridians in his body were crazily absorbing demonic energy like a dry desert. However, although he absorbed a lot of demonic energy, the improvement didn't seem to be much. There was no so-called marrow cleansing. After only an hour, Han Fei felt that he was full, and the speed of demonic energy absorption also slowed down. He looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 48. Advanced demonic transformation, demonic energy, 203-2251-15392, spiritual power, 1912-1912 perception range, 19999 meters spiritual heritage, level 5 high quality spiritual beast, Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 40, companion spirit. Nun main art. True spirit, demonic scripture. Sure enough, the change is too small. Except that the spiritual energy has been completely transformed into demonic energy, and the companion spirit hasn't been born. It's basically the same as before. However, Han Fei was tempted. What if he could awaken and companion spirit? Immediately, Han Fei opened his eyes. Since the cultivation method couldn't produce qualitative changes, he might as well try to cultivate combat skills. Please vote. By the way, the EAN live stream starts at 7 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday. The EAN broadcast starts every Saturday and Sunday at 7 p.m. If I'm not there by then, it means I have something else to do. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 761. Han Fei chose only 3 combat skills, namely Flying Flower Demon Flash, Flowing Light Character, and 17 Dragon Fists. He knew one thing very well. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Among the many combat skills he had, bow techniques, rod techniques, seal techniques, and even footwork, none of which he was proficient in. Was it because Han Fei didn't want to learn? The main reason was that he didn't have time. Therefore, after Qixue Huan gave Han Fei more than a dozen combat skills, Han Fei only chose 3. He already had the Sea King's secret method. Besides, he didn't seem to need to learn it. However, when Han Fei used the Sea King's secret method, he always felt a little scared. This made him suspect that the side effects of using this secret method couldn't be made up for by eating more food. Han Fei decided not to use the Sea King's secret method as much as possible. Otherwise, if he used it too much and something went wrong, who could he turn to? Considering this, Han Fei chose to practice the 17 Dragon Fists first. He already had 2 Peerless Fist Marks, so it should be much easier to learn fist marks. The so-called 17 fist marks were fist marks with 17 different ways of exerting force. Some relied on the body, some relied on demonic energy, and some needed mixed spiritual energy. The last punch even needed to attract the power of tides, which coincided with the ups and downs of the tides and the flow of water. However, this was almost not difficult for Han Fei. At least, the first 10 punches were very easy for him. Han Fei had the experience of practicing the desolate god body, so it was very easy for him to use them. So, in the eyes of others, Han Fei blasted out 8 punches in a row. The punches were weird, and the light red fist marks made smoke billow before Han Fei's eyes. Qixue Huan was also surprised. This kid started learning fist techniques and learned them so fast. Someone said, "Is this legendary level talent?" The 17 Dragon Fists seems simple, but each punch is more difficult than the last. He blasted out 8 punches in one breath. Does he want to master this fist technique in one go? Someone next to him joked, "I don't know if he can master it in one go." However, his innate talent is really strong, even more so than many of the heavens chosen. Qixue Huan bared his teeth. "Fine, I'll come back in a few days." He was not allowed to come to the 10,000 Demon Tower because he wanted him to go to the 72-floor Ancient Demon Realm. I really want to see how many levels he can reach in a few days. 13, 14, 15. Han Fei was practicing punching, and a half-mermaid in the distance was counting in shock. Someone was speechless. Is this guy really cultivating for the first time? Wasn't this cultivation speed a little too fast? In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he's almost done with the 17 Dragon Fists. Someone said enviously, "For the first time in my life, I'm envious of an azure sea blue demon." Han Fei didn't feel anything. He only felt that this fist technique was simple and violent, and the demonic energy that it emitted was wreaking havoc. The will was condensed, and there seemed to be a hint of an attack on the divine soul. The last strike coincided with the ups and downs of the tides. Han Fei secretly manipulated the seawater to give him a hand. In the first hour, Han Fei successfully practiced the 17 Dragon Fists. On the third day in the evening, the harpoon in Han Fei's hand turned into a beam of light and pierced out more than 500 meters in an instant. On the seventh day, Han Fei simulated the flying flower demon flash with the 64-item fish dragon dance. His body turned into a series of afterimages, but he couldn't flash. Han Fei was thinking. The power of space was not so easy to master. Even if he knew the 1,000-mile fishing technique and could break the space point, it was still unrealistic to flash his body. The flying flower demon flash explained it very clearly. Why was it called flying flower? It meant to condense the demonic energy into a piece and penetrate into the surrounding space. Then, let the demonic energy in his body resonate with the demonic energy he emitted and establish a connection. With this connection, Han Fei could appear anywhere within 20 meters of him. However, Han Fei could shoot out demonic energy petals, so it wasn't a big problem to establish a connection. However, whenever Han Fei tried to disperse himself, he would get stuck. It seemed that the void wouldn't let him go. Many sea demons were watching Han Fei cultivate. Someone was betting. I don't think the flying flower demon flash is so easy to learn. It is said that even the most powerful Yushan took 19 days to learn this combat skill. Someone smiled bitterly. Don't forget, there is only one Yushan. Except for him, it basically took nearly 3 months or even more than half a year to learn this combat skill. Someone guessed, no matter how powerful this Yufei is, I'm afraid he won't be able to learn this combat skill without 10 days or half a month. While everyone was commenting, Han Fei floated directly into the water, holding a mass of demonic energy in his hand. He intended to throw this mass of demonic energy into his other hand. However, he didn't throw it normally, but directly teleported this mass of demonic energy in the air. Han Fei murmured, the so-called flying flower demonic chi is actually a mark. However, the mark is so small. How can I pull myself over? Wait. Why? If this mass of demonic energy is not a mass of air but a knife, can I pass it with the void breaking strike? So Han Fei flicked his hand lightly, and the mass of demonic energy disappeared and appeared in his other hand. Immediately, Han Fei cheered up. Sure enough, he was still good at attacking. Swish! When the crowd saw Han Fei's figure disappear and appear 7 or 8 meters away, they immediately wailed. He's learned it again. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Damn! How can this guy be an azure sea blue demon? Others praised Han Fei's outstanding talent, but Han Fei curled his lips. He found that this flying flower demon flash was not fast enough and consumed a lot of energy. It could be listed as a heaven-level, low-quality combat skill, because it could flash. However, compared with Xia Xiaochan's flash, this thing was too weak. Although it was not easy to be discovered when it flashed the moment it appeared, there was a flaw. It was easy to be discovered, because the space was breaking and shaking. It's not very useful. Han Fei spat. It took him 4 days to learn this thing. It didn't seem worth it. After practicing the 3 combat skills, Han Fei walked directly to the depths of the cultivation canyon. He wanted to see what the so-called demon realm was. After walking for about 20 kilometers, Han Fei saw people floating in the sea, cultivating. When they saw Han Fei, no one came up to challenge him, because in the past few days, everyone had known that there was such a monster, who was talented and cultivated extremely fast. However, no one went up to say hello to Han Fei. The grudge of the half-mermaids against the azure sea blue demons was still imprinted in their hearts. It had nothing to do with talent or grade. They admitted that Han Fei was not an ordinary azure sea blue demon, and was even more talented than most half-mermaids. However, after all, they were not of the same kind. They refused and didn't want to accept this person. After walking for another 40 kilometers or so, Han Fei saw the first demon realm. The so-called demon realm was a cliff cave in a canyon. Outside the cave entrance, hundreds of people gathered on the bottom of the sea. all of whom seemed to be ready to go to the cliff cave to cultivate at any time. The cave was covered by a layer of gray mist. Walking in, he should be able to see what the inside of the cliff cave immediately. However, Han Fei didn't see the demon steel. Maybe because this was just an ordinary demon realm. There was no such thing as the demon steel. Many people were looking at Han Fei. Was this alien finally coming to the demon realm? Some people looked at Han Fei unkindly, feeling that he was too proud and didn't like him. Some people were indifferent, feeling that it had nothing to do with them. Some people were looking forward to seeing if this heavenly talent who suddenly appeared could withstand the first demon realm, even if they guessed that ordinary demon realms might not be able to stop Han Fei at all. When Han Fei came over, the crowd made way for him. Ignoring them, Han Fei stepped into the gray mist with one step. The moment Han Fei entered the demon realm, he suddenly felt that the blood in his body was trembling, as if there was some kind of force trying to tear him apart. And his body's natural reaction was to tighten his skin and bulge his muscles to resist this force. A place to cultivate the body? Han Fei looked around and found that this cave was a road about 100 meters wide, blocked by gray mist. Han Fei tried to release his perception, but he could only detect more than 20 meters away. In his perception, there was some broken limestone on the ground. On those limestone there were sparse, small vine leaves. In most places, there were even algae growing, like a storage room that had been closed for a long time. If it weren't for the traces left in many places, Han Fei would think that no one had been here for hundreds or thousands of years. Han Fei walked all the way forward. Every step he took, he felt that his blood would sway slightly, very slightly. However, when Han Fei walked hundreds of meters, he found that the tearing force was getting stronger and stronger, and some people appeared in his perception. There were half-mermaids floating, looking ferocious, as if resisting this tearing force. Han Fei grinned. How can this level of tearing force be called a demon realm? All the way forward, walking for more than 1,000 meters, there were more and more half-mermaids floating in the water. Some of them were still surrounded by faint demonic energy. Han Fei also felt that the tearing force was more than 3 times stronger than at the beginning, but it was not enough to make Han Fei feel dangerous. After walking for 3,000 meters, the force was already about 5 times stronger than when he first entered. At this moment, fewer and fewer people appeared. Interesting. The so-called demon realm is actually a way to help seed demons cultivate their body? When Han Fei walked about 5,000 meters, he found that he had come to the end. There were only 7 or 8 half-mermaids who could cultivate nearby. Of course, Han Fei didn't look for them horizontally. He didn't know how many there were, and he didn't care about this. Feeling the faint tingling from his skin, Han Fei was more sure that this ordinary demon realm was useless to him. It couldn't even help him improve at all. It seems that I still have to go to that ancient 72-floor demon realm. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 762. Han Fei came out so fast that the half-mermaids outside were surprised. Someone secretly whispered, "Did he not go inside?" Someone responded he should have gone inside. Don't forget, this guy killed Yu Pai with 1 blow. Although I don't like that guy very much. He's not bad when it comes to strength. He should have reached the end of the body-refining demon realm. Someone looked at Han Fei with a strange look and laughed to the person next to him. I heard that this Azure Sea Blue demon has the inheritance of the Overlord body. Although I don't know what it is, the body-refining demon realm should have no effect on him. However, it's hard to say for the spiritual demon realm. The number of people there is less than half of this place. These people thought they were talking in a voice transmission and wouldn't be discovered by Han Fei. However, they didn't know that Han Fei's spiritual power had exceeded theirs by a lot. As early as when he became a hanging fisher, he could already hear voice transmissions. Leaving the body-refining demon realm, Han Fei continued to move forward, wondering, spiritual demon realm? So, Ordinary secret realms are only used to temper physique and spiritual power, so this is something that humans don't have. Otherwise, such a place would definitely be packed to the brim. After walking for about 10 kilometers, Han Fei saw a lot of people surrounding the entrance of another demon realm. However, compared with the previous body-refining demon realm, the number of people here was much smaller. Before Han Fei arrived, someone had said via voice transmission, "He's here." He's here so soon. Is he not going to stay in the body-refining demon realm anymore? Someone grinned. I heard that this Yu Fei is very proud. I'm afraid his goal is not the ordinary demon realm, but the ancient 72-floor demon realm. Someone nodded. That should be right, but I don't know if the spiritual demon realm can stop him. If it can't, it means that the rise of this azure sea blue demon is just around the corner. Someone continued, if he can be stopped, it means that he is not as strong as he looks, at least not strong enough in terms of spiritual power and soul strength. A group of people waited here to watch the show. When Han Fei passed by them, he suddenly stopped and said to the nearest half-mermaid, "Why are you all outside?" The half-mermaid froze for a moment, not expecting Han Fei to talk to him. Considering Han Fei's background, he replied, "We can't stay in the demon realm all the time. We're just resting outside. When I've rested enough, I'll naturally go in again." Han Fei nodded and said indifferently, "Thank you." Han Fei walked in again. The environment was the same. The gray mist made it impossible for Han Fei to see the environment clearly. Unlike the last body-refining demon realm, Han Fei felt pressure when he entered this place. At first, its strength was roughly equivalent to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. If there were no surprises, the deeper they went, the stronger they would be. Using pressure to temper one's mental strength? If my mental energy reaches its limit, will this pressure stimulate my divine soul to make a breakthrough? Han Fei still walked forward without hesitation. However, after walking for less than 300 meters, he encountered some people floating in the water, looking up as if they were comprehending something. Han Fei thought to himself, if a human super strong is here, I'm afraid he can kill a lot of them and eliminate the backbone of the sea demons. The pressure of ordinary strong masters didn't have any effect on Han Fei. Xiao Zhan had taught them this lesson. In the face of strong masters, they could even make a breakthrough with the help of pressure. Back then, when they were facing Xiao Zhan, they could still block him for a while. Now that they were in the demon realm, they could still block him. Sure enough, after 1,000 meters, the number of sea demons increased. After 2,000 meters, the number of sea demons began to decrease. It was also a distance of more than 5,000 meters, but in the end, the pressure Han Fei felt was only at the level of a peak-level hidden fisher. Except for a slight headache, Han Fei didn't feel anything special. It seems that ordinary demon realms are really not suitable for me. Han Fei entered and exited quickly, and it only took him about half an hour. When he came out, many people didn't speak. Many people were smiling bitterly, looking at the direction Han Fei was going. Obviously, he was going straight to the 72-floor demon realm. Immediately, someone sighed. Sure enough, the Azure Sea Blue Demon, who can enter the 10,000 Demon Valley, is not an ordinary person. Someone sighed. I heard that he awakened a legendary creature. Why did he awaken into an Azure Sea Blue Demon when he was already a legendary creature? Isn't it good to awaken into a half-mermaid? Someone was speechless. Do you think you can awaken in any way you want? Doesn't this also depend on your luck? Once the direction of awakening changes slightly, the direction of cultivation may change after transforming. Someone sighed. What do you think will happen if he rushes to the demon steel? Immediately, many people were silent. The demon steel. There were only 100 names on each floor. No matter who it was, as long as they went up, it would be a glory, which heavenly talent in the 10,000 demon tower hadn't tried to break through the demon steel. This was something that would be famous for thousands of years. Who didn't want to? However, they couldn't do it. If anyone could go up, the ancient 72-floor demon realm wouldn't be called the ancient 72-floor demon realm. The ancient 72-floor demon realm occupied 1/3 of the entire cultivation canyon. As soon as Han Fei came in, he found that someone was practicing combat skills with a golden harpoon. The man's harpoon rolled up a roll of seawater and rolled hundreds of meters away. Before Han Fei arrived, he heard the man grinning. "You're here." Han Fei looked at him in surprise. "You're talking to me?" The man sneered, waved his hand, flattened the seawater, and put away the harpoon. Then he looked at Han Fei arrogantly. "I'm told that you are a legendary creature who has awakened and transformed. Along the way, no one was a match for you. Just like the last guy you killed, I want to try and see if you're really that talented." Han Fei was a little lost for words. "I'm just an azure, sea blue demon. Why are there so many people challenging me? Was there something wrong with his brain?" Han Fei didn't think this person was weak. At the very least, he had to see what kind of weapon he was holding. Han Fei glanced at him coldly. "You use this weapon?" The man smiled, and the golden harpoon in his hand disappeared, replaced by an ultra-quality, demonic weapon. "I won't take advantage of you. I'm told that you don't like to fight to the death." Coincidentally, so am I. Han Fei thought to himself, this guy is so shameless, since he could hold a golden harpoon. Han Fei didn't believe that he didn't have an immortal seal. At this moment, he was so certain that he wanted to fight to the death with him. Could it be that he wanted to kill him? But Han Fei wasn't afraid. When he was an intermediate hanging fisher, he wasn't afraid of him and could even kill him. Now he was almost at his peak. Why would he be afraid of him? Okay. Han Fei held the harpoon in his hand and activated the majestic mystic spell. He thought for a while and wanted to feel if the Sea King's secret method really had any drawbacks. Then he could take this opportunity to increase his strength by 5 times and try to kill this guy in one fell swoop. White flames appeared on Han Fei's body. Sure enough, as soon as this secret method appeared, Han Fei felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if something had been taken away from him. Han Fei used the flowing light technique. Demonic energy and spiritual energy mixed with each other frantically, poured into the harpoon. It was really a cold light, piercing through the waves and the water. The seawater exploded 3 times in a row, and 3 water circles wrapped Han Fei and flashed past. The half-mermaid was also unwilling to admit defeat. He also used the Sea King's secret method, but he kept muttering the Sea King strike. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the strongest blow that Yuji had ever used, and it seemed to be able to summon some kind of power. So Han Fei secretly released the majestic mystic spell a little. The two collided with each other in the sea like human-shaped missiles. Dong, huge ripples spread in all directions, and 2 hemispherical energy shields rose from the sea from the collision, bursting out huge waves one after another. Unfortunately, the collision only lasted for a short time. Many people saw that Han Fei's harpoon tilted slightly, and with a flash he moved forward 1/2 meter. Puff! This half-mermaid heavenly talent didn't expect that Han Fei could still use the flying flower demon flash in this situation. Although he had already felt the slight pause when Han Fei appeared, he had no chance to make a move. Seeing the broken body of the half-mermaid falling down, Han Fei put away the harpoon in his hand and said lightly, "You are not as fast as me in terms of strength." After unlocking the majestic mystic spell and the Sea King's secret method, Han Fei decided to abandon the Sea King's secret method. Although he didn't know the origin of this secret method, it seemed that it was not easy to use. The majestic mystic spell was much easier to use than the sea god's secret method. The half-mermaid heavenly talent didn't have that kind of palpitation. Han Fei felt that this secret method was flawed. Han Fei had just taken a dozen steps when the resurrected man appeared behind him, his eyes full of disbelief. He looked at Han Fei in astonishment. How can your strength and speed be so fast? Han Fei said without looking back, I have the Overlord body. If you attack again, there won't be a third chance. The man's face was gloomy. Han Fei's strength was beyond his expectation. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but when he saw Han Fei's harpoon coming at him, he felt that it was not a streak of light, but a human spear technique. The cold light was like a flood dragon breaking out of the sea, so tough that it was frightening. Seeing the scene, many people were trembling in their hearts. A heavenly talent still couldn't resist his harpoon? Dozens of kilometers away, several heavenly talents were pondering. Is there going to be a second Qixue Huan? Han Fei knew one of them. It was Yu Yun who was defeated by him that day. The woman's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said to a person next to her, What if I kill him? The person next to her shook his head lightly. You can't kill him. That will completely offend Master Qixue. After all, if Han Fei rises, he will be the second non-half mermaid in the 10,000 Demon Valley, and his relationship with Master Qixue will be excellent. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 763. In the Cultivation Canyon, there was always demonic energy pervading. When Han Fei walked past the ordinary demon realms, he felt that there was a kind of faint majesty floating in this water. Han Fei kept moving forward, and the number of people he could see didn't exceed the number of fingers on one hand. But Han Fei could feel that behind him, many people were following him. Were they those in the ordinary demon realms here to watch the fun? The demonic energy has become stronger, and so has the spiritual energy. Does the pressure come from the ancient 72-floor demon realm? Walking to the end of the Cultivation Canyon, he saw the rock wall of the giant monument and a big round hole deep into the mountain. Of course, there were some half-mermaids waiting here. In addition to Yu Yin, there were some other people who were not weak. All of them were peak-level heavenly talents. Not surprisingly, these were all heavenly talents, as many as 30 people. On the giant monument, there were countless names, 72 lines from top to bottom. Except for the first line, which was blank, every other number was followed by 100 names. With the erosion of time, those names were not incomplete, but just covered with dust. To be precise, from the 60th floor up, almost all the names were covered with dust. However, Han Fei still noticed that a guy named Umo occupied the first place from the 61st to the 71st floor. Han Fei murmured, What a tough guy. From the 61st floor down, there was no one occupying the top of the list. However, Han Fei could always find similar names in the 72 lines of names. From this, it could be seen that even according to this ranking, experts were still experts, and they could still occupy multiple rankings. In addition, there were also some names that were relatively bright and not covered with dust. For example, there was a name on the 68th floor named Cinny. For example, there was a name on the 64th floor named Yu. For example, there was a name on the 61st floor named Yu Ji. For example, there was a name on the 59th floor named Yu Yin. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Can they be on the list? In Han Fei's opinion, Yu Ji might have some ability. In a life-and-death battle, this woman was really powerful when she went crazy. But that Yu Yin, the woman he met a few days ago, what qualifications did she have? Han Fei looked back, only to see a large group of people a kilometer away waiting there. Then he looked at a half-mermaid not far away and asked, Why is there only one cave in the ancient 72-floor demon realm? The person who was asked sneered, There are 72 floors in the ancient 72-floor demon realm, not 72 caves. The man asked, Your name is Yu Fei. Did you come back with Yu Ji? Yes. The man grinned and said, Yu Ji is still investigating. She just returned to the 10,000 Demon Valley today. You've actually managed to shake her off and become acquainted with Sir Qixue. You are so scheming. Did you kill Yu and the others? Han Fei looked at the demon steel and found you on the 33rd floor, ranked 75th on the 33rd floor. Han Fei bared his teeth. So Yu is also on the steel. Everyone. Han Fei spat out 2 mouthfuls of bubbles and grinned. Yuji is back. The truth should be out. What does it have to do with you? Yun snorted. I heard that you almost killed Yu Fu when you just went to Yuji's refining shop. It seems that your relationship with Yuji is not very good. Even if you didn't kill Yu, do you know that you will provoke many enemies? Han Fei asked so. Someone laughed. So, if you accuse Yuji of killing him, maybe we will help you enter the 10,000 Demon Tower. Han Fei immediately laughed gloomily, which made everyone's face darken. When Han Fei's laughter stopped, he had already started to walk into the cave, saying as he walked, No wonder you can't compare with her. You don't even have the courage to challenge her head-on. Of course you are weak. Immediately, someone shouted, Yu Fei don't regret entering the ancient 72-floor demon realm today. Han Fei snorted. Only a fool would agree with them. If I kill Yuji, I can find a chance to kill her in the future. Join you? It's a thankless task. If there's trouble, I'll take the blame. However, from these people's proposal, Han Fei could see that Yuji was very unsociable in the 10,000 Demon Valley. This was a good thing. If there was a chance he could cooperate with them to kill these people, maybe he could get a lot of good things from them. When Han Fei walked into the cave, he saw a stone tablet next to him with the words, Come and leave your name, written on it. Han Fei thought for a while. It should be for imprinting on the demon steel outside. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately wrote the 2 words, Yu Fei, on the tablet with demonic energy. At the same time, Han Fei was thinking, on the demon steel outside, each floor has a ranking. This shows that there should be a high or low score on each floor of the so-called ancient 72-floor demon realm. But what is the standard for judgment? This also means that if I want to leave my name, I have to at least go to the extreme of a single floor. Maybe others didn't think so. Anyway, as long as I go to the extreme of the floor I can't go to and leave my name, it will be fine. But Han Fei didn't think so. Since the 10,000 Demon Valley came, no one had been able to climb to the 72nd floor. He guessed that if he wanted to climb to the 72nd floor, he would have to go to the extreme of each floor. Han Fei faintly looked forward to it. I wonder what I will encounter next. Is it the body-strengthening demon realm, spirit demon realm, or something else? Continuing to go inside, when Han Fei saw the gray mist, he took a deep breath. He was now a sea demon, and there was a demonic energy bead in his body. If he could get this opportunity that should belong to a sea demon, it would be good. After all, there was only one opportunity. When he left, who knew if he would have a chance to come back again? Thinking of this, Han Fei stepped into it without hesitation. This time, there was no gray mist in his field of vision, but some sea creatures condensed by demonic energy and a large number of soul explosion fish. This kind of fish had no other abilities but was very angry and would self-destruct at any time. Seeing Han Fei coming in, the dense soul explosion fish fixed their eyes on Han Fei. Needless to say, they directly rushed at him. However, these were not living creatures to begin with. They were masses of demonic chi. Han Fei couldn't read their data, so he could only let them hit him. Han Fei was speechless. I don't know where this is. What do you mean by showing me a group of soul explosion fish? Bam, bam, bam. Explosions came one after another. When Han Fei felt the first explosion, he had already drawn 2 conclusions. The level of these soul explosion fish should be about 43 to 44, and their strength was at the level of a peak-level junior hanging fisher, or a little higher. Secondly, every time these soul explosion fish self-destructed, Han Fei would feel that there seemed to be a strange power that wanted to hit his soul. However, this kind of power that hit his soul was very weak, so Han Fei didn't care at all. The waves were rolling and the explosions were roaring, But Han Fei was like a piece of black iron nailed to the water, motionless. Han Fei even grinned. He easily guessed the meaning of this level. It was nothing more than to test whether his physique and soul had passed through this power. If he didn't pass, then he didn't have to go to the next level. In just a moment, hundreds of explosions occurred. If it were an ordinary person, he would think how to defend, how to enter the next level. But Han Fei was different. If you want to blow me up, then blow me up. Grandpa blinked. I don't believe it. However, what surprised Han Fei was that why these soul explosion fish only blew him up. Is there no one else here? Or could it be that the others had all gone up to the surface? Outside, there were already thousands of people around. Someone suddenly pointed to the demon steel and said, "Look, Yu Fei's name has appeared on the first level." Someone laughed and said, "His name is at the bottom, which means that he is not qualified to be on the list. If he comes out now, nothing will be left." Someone said, "How many levels do you think he can go up?" Someone pondered. "I estimate that he should be able to go up to the 30th level. However, it's not easy to leave his name. Why don't you think about how many hits the soul explosion fish on the first floor can take if it goes all out?" Someone shook his head. "Weapons can't be used in the ancient 72-floor demon realm. It's really difficult to break through with only your body." Han Fei's brain was buzzing. It wasn't an injury. It was just a simple buzzing sound. It was like setting off firecrackers hundreds and thousands of times. Anyone who heard it would be annoyed. Han Fei walked forward impatiently, ignoring the turbulent seawater and the shock wave of the explosion. The rock wall here was like compacted volcanic ash. It was the same under his feet and on the rock wall to the side. However, when Han Fei let the soul explosion fish explode and the shock wave of the explosion hit the edge, Han Fei was surprised to find that there were fish head pits on those rock walls. The so-called fish head pits were grooves on the rock wall, each with a fishbone head. Shit, what the hell is this place? He punched at those soul explosion fish irritably and wanted to take out his harpoon to kill them, only to find that his swallowing seashells were useless. He tried Forge the Universe, but it was also ineffective. "Oh, you don't allow me to use weapons? Well, go ahead. I'll stand still and let you blow me up. How long will it take for you to injure me?" After 100 minutes, Han Fei even began to cultivate. The exploded demonic energy rolled into his body, was refined by his demonic energy, and became pure demonic energy that scattered around his body or became a reserve. Half an hour later, there were fewer and fewer explosions. In the end, Han Fei could only see a few sporadic soul explosion fish rushing at him. "It's finally quiet." Han Fei grinned. "The test should be over now, right? I should be able to go to the next floor now." What Han Fei didn't know was that many people outside were dumbfounded. Someone was speechless. "Why isn't he moving? Is this guy's body so hard?" Someone sighed. "I heard that he has the overlord body. Maybe the soul explosion fish can't hurt him, right?" Someone frowned. "But he doesn't have to endure it all the time, does he? There are endless soul explosion fish. Even if he is only injured a little each time, he should hiss. His ranking has moved." When this person spoke, everyone stared at the stone tablet and saw that Han Fei's name suddenly jumped from the last to the second last. As for the second last name, it disappeared without a trace. From then on, no one would remember it. "See, King, this B** starred is already on the list on the first floor. Look, his ranking has moved up again." So fast he moved up again. His ranking is still rising. After a while, when everyone saw that Han Fei's name came to the first place on the first floor, they looked at each other. Damn it! How many times did he have to self-destruct to get to the first place on the first floor? Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 764. In the gray cave, without the soul explosion fish, Han Fei finally had a chance to appreciate what kind of demon realm this was. Why did so many people flock to it? Except for the rock wall full of fish heads just now, Han Fei didn't find a human or half-mermaid corpse here. He couldn't help guessing, is it possible that people don't die here? But after thinking about it, he didn't think so. The power of the soul explosion fish was clearly felt. Not everyone could withstand it, right? Han Fei wanted to ask Nine Tails to dig a hole and have a look. However, he seemed to have lost contact with his contractual creature. Not only Nine Tails, but even Little Black and Little White couldn't be summoned. Han Fei frowned. The first floor is so difficult. How can I go up to the 72nd floor? Thinking of this, Han Fei decided to take it one step at a time. The size of the cave was 3,000 meters long. To be precise, it was like a passage. It was just a little wider. At the end of the passage, there was an array on the ground. Han Fei observed it for a while and recognized that it was a teleportation array. It operated by itself by absorbing demonic energy. Han Fei didn't know much about teleportation arrays, so he deliberately memorized it. In the future, maybe he could improve it and turn it into a teleportation array that used spiritual energy. After a while, Han Fei felt that he had memorized it. So Han Fei stepped into the array and entered the next floor. A tearing force came again. It was no different from the ordinary demon realm he had passed before. This was a demon realm for tempering one's physique, and there was no need to fight. However, this time, Han Fei clearly felt that the tearing force was different. It was not that the strength was greater, but there seemed to be a kind of anger in this strange coercion. It was obviously the same level of coercion, but here it was several times more difficult than in the ordinary demon realm. Unfortunately, Han Fei felt that it was not a big problem for him. Han Fei walked all the way to the end and saw the array on the ground. Han Fei suddenly remembered. How does a demon realm for tempering one's physique rank the trial takers according to their performance? No, it can't be like this. Is it based on the length of time? That's ridiculous. Han Fei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. After a while, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes turned white as he activated the eyes of truth. Sure enough, he found that in this space there was not only demonic qi and spiritual qi, but also a faint blue. Divine soul? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. There were a few soul light spots in this space. Han Fei frowned and stepped on a spirit gathering array. In the end, because his own spiritual energy had been converted into demonic energy when he stepped out of the array, he did not gather any spiritual energy. Instead, he gathered a huge amount of demonic energy. For a moment, two questions popped up in Han Fei's mind. Becoming a sea demon and obtaining demonic aura was easier than obtaining spiritual energy? Of course not. Sea demons basically fought with spiritual energy. Or rather, the spirit qi and demonic qi were mixed in his body, but he seemed to have pure demonic qi. It was just that when he attacked, he would still attract the spirit qi. That was not all. Anyway, demonic qi and spiritual qi were two similar things. Was there a way to directly convert them? Of course. This was not the time to care about this. He just wanted to try to control the soul light spots with the spirit concentration art. He was quite talented in the spirit concentration technique. Soon, Han Fei found the reason. It was the same with the spirit gathering array. If he used demonic energy to attract spiritual energy, the method was wrong. At this moment, his sea-swallowing seashell and forge the universe couldn't be used, and he couldn't take out the spiritual spring. Otherwise, he only needed to use spiritual energy as a guide, and he could also use the body of a sea demon to attract spiritual energy. So, did it mean that as long as he split his soul, it would also be possible to use his soul to attract the spirit qi? Immediately, Han Fei began to try. Enduring the excruciating pain, Han Fei split a tiny bit of blue soul flame. Han Fei used the method of a spirit gatherer and his own soul as a guide. Sure enough, a large number of soul light spots gathered over, and outside, some half-mermaid heavenly talents were discussing. Someone said, "I wonder if you Fae can detect that from the second level onwards, it's the method of disassembling demonic energy and spiritual energy." Yu Yin snorted. "It's hard to say. He has never been to the 72-floor demon realm, so it's very likely that he can't find it. He can get the first place on the first level, which means his physique is strong. But from the second level onwards, if he thinks it's just pressure tempering, then he's wrong." After a while, Han Fei gathered a soul that was the same size as the one he had split off. Han Fei was hesitating whether he should swallow this soul or not. Swallow. They are all ownerless souls. Even if there's a problem, I can just separate them again. As he swallowed, the soul entered his body. Han Fei suddenly felt a little clearer, and his soul seemed to be a little stronger. Good place. Han Fei was overjoyed. Usually, things like souls could only grow naturally. Either make a breakthrough or use soul crystals. He didn't expect that there was such a way to strengthen the soul. Fortunately, he accidentally obtained the soul-splitting technique in the snow god's temple. Fortunately, he was a spirit gatherer. Otherwise, he might not even know that there were ownerless souls here. Even if he knew, he couldn't gather them. Han Fei grinned. Now, I should be able to be listed on the list, right? Wait. Thinking of the list, Han Fei suddenly frowned. Wait, only 1 in 10,000 people can do such a difficult thing. There are opportunities and coincidences. Without the soul-splitting technique, how can others absorb the ownerless souls here? Han Fei once again resisted the urge to continue going up. Was he afraid that he had misunderstood? The pulling force in his body was still there. It was not strong, but it felt wrong. Han Fei sat down and pondered for a long time, looking at the spiritual energy light spots and demonic chi light spots in his eyes. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the spiritual energy and demonic chi light spots here looked smaller than those in his body. Immediately, Han Fei gathered a bit of demonic chi on his fingertip with the technique of a spirit gatherer. But then he found that the demonic chi outside was much smaller than the one in his body. It was almost half the size. Hiss! What do you mean? Is there a problem with my demonic chi? Or is there a problem with the demonic chi here? Han Fei was stunned for a long time. He decided to dismantle his demonic chi. Previously, when Han Fei was learning refining, he had tried to refine spiritual energy in the spirit fusing scripture and break it up during refining. At that time, the more the spiritual energy was broken and scattered, it would form spiritual energy flames. Then, in the same way, refining demonic chi would also produce demonic chi flames. Immediately, Han Fei pulled a strand of demonic chi out of his body and tried it. Sure enough, as soon as the spirit fusing scripture started, the demonic chi began to become unstable. Then it began to scatter, forming a flame-like demonic fire. Han Fei grinned. So that's how it is. The purpose of this demon realm is to separate the demonic chi. Does it mean that the demonic chi will be very powerful if it's separated? Han Fei looked at this bit of demonic chi, focused his spiritual will on it, and peeled it for a long time. He peeled it carefully and sweated profusely. The demonic chi was about 1/10 smaller than before. It's so difficult. Han Fei wondered if he was wrong to separate the demonic chi. He originally wanted to split it in half, but if he did, the demonic chi would scatter and not be stable. Once, twice, 3 times. In the outside world, many half-mermaids who came from the ordinary demon realms were impatient. If Han Fei hadn't taken the first place on the first floor, they would have left long ago. Someone was speechless. What is he doing inside? I've seen heavenly talents go in before. That's 5 or 6 floors in half an hour. The highest one is on the 8th or 9th floor. It's been almost 2 hours, and he's still on the 2nd floor. Someone shook his head. I'm afraid it's difficult. His ranking hasn't changed. A heavenly talent sneered. It's so difficult to disassemble demonic chi. Others slowly disassemble it at home and replace their demonic chi before they come to the demon realm. If he disassembles it now, how long will it take? Suddenly, on the demon steel, Yu Fei's name suddenly appeared on the 82nd floor. Wow, someone was stunned. Wait, is the demon steel broken? How can there be people jumping around in the rankings? Someone's expression changed. Damn it, did he cheat? Someone retorted, where do you think this is? The ancient 72-floor demon realm. Try cheating. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure appeared behind them. Someone inadvertently glanced at her and immediately said respectfully, Miss Yu-ji. The person who came was Yu-ji. Her face was indifferent, as if Yu-Yu's matter had been dealt with. After Yu-ji arrived, she saw Yu-Yun and the others, and then looked at the demon steel, only to see that Yu Fei had directly rushed to the first place on the first floor, which surprised her. Did he break the record as soon as he came? Yu-Yun saw Yu-ji and sneered. Yu-ji, I heard that you want to subdue this Yu Fei. I'm afraid his talent is even higher than yours, right? Yu-ji looked indifferent. If he's better than me, he must be better than you. Do you still have the mood to watch? Yu-Yan's face was gloomy. Humph. It's true that people like you are with people like you. Two proud guys. Do you think you can have sex with each other? I'm afraid you will give birth to a monster. Yu-Ji's face turned cold. Yu-Yin, don't be so shameless. If you dare to say such words again, I will definitely kill you when I enter the secret realm. Outside there was a commotion. Han Fei was holding his breath and concentrating. He used the spirit-fusing technique and the spirit-gathering art together. First, he melted a part of the demonic energy with the spirit-fusing technique, and then absorbed a little bit with the spirit-gathering art. Finally, the size of a bit of demonic energy was about 1/8 smaller. Outside, everyone only saw that Han Fei's name suddenly jumped from the 82nd place to the 9th place. Everyone was dumbfounded by this kind of leap, including Yu-Ji. Yu-Ji was dumbfounded. Is that guy really so talented? Someone rolled his eyes. Damn, why don't you jump to the first place? 4th chapter. Asking for votes. This is a transitional chapter. I'll finish it quickly. Today is Saturday, 7 p.m., live broadcast. Haha, if you are bored, you can watch me typing on the keyboard. End of this chapter. Chapter 765. In the past, Han Fei had suspected that the so-called 72-floor demon realm must be a place to help seed demons cultivate. Since it was to help seed demons cultivate, every demon realm here must have its own purpose. The second floor of the demon realm was definitely not to absorb ownerless souls. It was too difficult. Except for him, no one could do it at all. Those ownerless souls were probably left by the dead people, and he had benefited from them. Disassembling the demonic energy made Han Fei's heart tremble. If he reduced the spiritual energy to half of the original amount, would there be double the amount of demonic energy out of thin air? Based on this idea, Han Fei continued for 3 hours. Finally, when Han Fei disassembled about 1/5 of the original demonic energy, he couldn't disassemble it anymore. Once he tried to disassemble it, the demonic energy point would collapse. It seems that I have to go to the next floor. Han Fei didn't know if he had disassembled it to the extreme. However, he was a spirit gatherer after all. He couldn't be more useless than those sea demons, right? However, what Han Fei didn't know was that on the demon steel outside, the 2 words Yu Fei had directly entered the first place of the second floor, which shocked everyone. Seeing Han Fei enter the 3rd floor, all the heavenly talents, including Yu-Ji, had a strange feeling. Did Han Fei stay on each floor for so long to break the record of each floor? But how did he know that he had broken the record? In fact, Han Fei certainly didn't know. After coming to the 3rd floor, the pressure became stronger and stronger, and the ownerless souls in the demon realm seemed to be more than on the 2nd floor. Han Fei used the soul-splitting technique again, split his soul, led these ownerless souls, and gathered them together. The rest was still disassembling the demonic energy. Could it be that the pressure he exerted was different? The difficulty of disassembling on the third floor was much better than on the second floor. 2 hours later, Han Fei looked at the demonic energy that was still less than a quarter of the normal demonic energy point and was lost in thought. I don't know the ranking. It's really a troublesome thing. Forget it, it's my first time here, so I'd better not consider the ranking. I'll come back for the ranking again in the future. The first floor, the second floor, the third floor. When he reached the 18th floor, Han Fei was overjoyed. The pressure in the cave had exceeded that of a peak-level hidden fissure. The pressure has increased. It actually stimulated my physique a little. Not bad. A moment later, the blue ownerless soul was swallowed by Han Fei and became part of his soul. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. I've only reached the 18th level, but the strength of my soul has increased by about 10%. What a terrifying speed of improvement! Han Fei was even a little horrified. This was not an improvement of strength, but the improvement of soul. The divine soul was such a miraculous thing. What kind of concept was increasing by 10%? It might be equivalent to breaking through once or even twice. For example, the perception range of those peak-level hanging fissures was far worse than his. This was his advantage. The strength of one's mental strength was attributed to the strength of one's soul. Han Fei felt that if he could swallow all the way to the 72nd floor, the strength of his soul would probably increase by 50%. He could probably surpass many hidden fissures. After collecting the ownerless soul, Han Fei continued to disassemble the demonic energy. On the 17th floor, he almost stripped the size of the demonic energy to half of its original size. He should be able to do it on this floor. Han Fei used the spirit gathering art in one hand and the spirit fusing technique in the other for a whole hour. Finally, after the demonic energy trembled for a long time, it didn't collapse. This meant that the stripping succeeded this time. The demonic energy was successfully disassembled into 2 points by Han Fei. Immediately, Han Fei was so excited that he almost subconsciously tried it. Han Fei exploded the spiritual energy on his left and right hands. As a result, there was a violent explosion in his hands and a splash burst out. Its power was actually twice as strong as that of a normal demonic energy. Wow! Han Fei suddenly widened his eyes and looked at his hands incredulously. Disassembling demonic energy can actually improve the strength of demonic energy? Han Fei took a deep breath. This meant that 1 point of demonic energy could be used as 2 points of demonic energy, and it was the same for spiritual energy. Han Fei suddenly remembered that with the improvement of one's realm, one of the big differences between high and low realms was the strength of spiritual energy. It was the same amount of spiritual energy, but the power that could be exerted was completely different. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to have opened the door to a new world. What if I'm in the same realm? Everyone has 100 points of spiritual energy, but my 100 points can be used as 200 points of spiritual energy. This is more than just a big gap in realm. Immediately, Han Fei was horrified. If every sea demon could do this, how terrifying would it be? If it was like this on the 18th floor, what about the 19th floor? Outside, more and more people gathered here. Even dozens of sea demon realm powerhouses had come. Qixue Huan came late. Seeing the demons steal from a distance, he was also horrified. Every time he passes a floor, he will be the first. Is Yu Fei's talent really so strong? Beside, Qixue Huan, a cold-eyed sea demon, said with a strange look, Qixue Huan, I went to that secret realm with Yu Ji in person. Although there seems to be a second guardian creature, we couldn't find its trace. Do you think it's possible that Yu Fei deliberately hid something? Qixue Huan snorted coldly. Yu Hanjia, although Yu Yu's talent is not bad, it's not enough to make you pay so much attention to him, right? What you care more about should be the fateful holy grass. This half-mermaid was Yu Hanjia, a super-strong sea demon ranked 8th among the 8 wings of Blue Feather, and also you use nominal master. At this moment, Yu Hanjia's eyes were deep. This boy is so talented. Why did he come to my 10,000 demon valley? I'm afraid he can go to the royal city, right? Qixua Huan sneered. Neither you nor I know where the royal city is. He has just transformed. How can he know? A legendary creature should have the characteristics of a legendary creature. If he can pass all the 72 floors of the demon realm and win all the first places, he will definitely become the best of the young generation. Yu Hanjia asked, Didn't you have an agreement with him? You'll let him go after 3 things. Will such a person stay? Qixua Huan nodded. As long as there are enough benefits, no matter how talented he is, he will stay. For example, a divine weapon, or a cultivation technique beyond the heaven level. Han Fei had entered the 19th floor. This time there was no pressure. Han Fei saw the harpoon beside his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Although Han Fei couldn't perceive it, the eyes of true vision were still there. He saw invisible creatures lurking in the water. The moment he appeared, a series of attacks that were as sharp as knives swept over. Dark-thorn fish? Dark-thorn fish, a kind of assassin-type creature, was a kind of contractual spiritual beast that hunters particularly loved. Similarly, most of them were dangerous. If one encountered a school of dark-thorn fish in the ocean, the consequences would be terrible. It would be like encountering thousands of hunters. Ordinary people might not be able to survive at all. Although dark-thorn fish were sold on the Scattered Stars Island, they were basically caught by hanging fishers in the air. No one dared to run into the sea, stupidly, and catch dark-thorn fish among the schools of fish. Han Fei was speechless. They really think highly of me. This is much more dangerous than the soul explosion fish. Clang! When the first dark stickleback fish hit Han Fei, he felt a sharp pain where he was stabbed. Beyond level 45, I'm afraid it's at level 46 or even level 47. No, it hasn't reached the strength of an advanced hanging fisher, but it's definitely at the peak of the intermediate level. Han Fei was horrified and didn't dare to neglect. He grabbed the harpoon that had been placed beside him with one hand and gathered demonic energy. Puff! Clang! A stream of light blasted out, and dozens of dark-thorn fish rolled away. Immediately, Han Fei used the water-spinning shield of the impermanent golden halberd again. In the face of such endless attacks, only this powerful defensive water shield could protect him. Bam! 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 Again and again, the invisible dark thorns collapsed one after another, turning into clouds of demonic energy and dispersing in the water. And the water shield in Han Fei's hand was broken again and again, and then condensed again and again. Han Fei cursed in his heart. There are so many of them. How can ordinary people have enough demonic energy? But then Han Fei thought, what if all the demonic energy in my body is divided into 2 parts? Doesn't that mean that 1 point of demonic energy can be used as 2 points? I see. But how can I do that in a F*King battle? After fighting for half an hour, Han Fei was sore all over. As early as the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the water-swirling shield technique was already useless. There were too many dark, stickleback fish. At this moment, countless pale, red fist marks swept across the water. The 17 dragon fists were fierce and domineering, and there was even a hint of golden light on the pale, red fist marks. Clang, 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 clang. When Han Fei completely became a target, he sighed. Fine, I'll secretly use the art of invincibility. The people outside won't notice it, right? Boom! Outside, on the 19th level of the demon realm, the name Yu Fei kept rising, and countless people fell silent. Yu Ji murmured, So, what kind of azure sea blue demon are you? Yu Yin and the other half-mermaids, who were still trying to deceive Han Fei, were all horrified at this moment. Someone glanced at Yu Yin. "Forget it. This person has already succeeded. We can't stop him. If we can find a way to resolve the misunderstanding, let's give it a try." Yu Yin opened her mouth. Occupying the first place is a miracle that has never happened in thousands of years. How could she have expected this, now that she had already offended him? How could she resolve the resentment? Someone sighed. "Azure Sea Blue Demon, an Azure Sea Blue Demon, an Azure Sea Blue Demon that has broken the record of 18 levels in a row. How can we survive this?" First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 766. The dark sticker fish, transformed by demonic energy, were all dead. Han Fei walked down to the next floor. According to his guests, everyone who entered this ancient 72-floor demon realm should encounter an independent space. How did he do it? Otherwise, he should have seen it along the way. After entering the 20th floor, the pressure came again, and this time it faintly began to affect the demonic energy in Han Fei's body. Han Fei frowned. The pressure was great, but it couldn't suppress him. But the demonic energy in his body seemed to show signs of abnormal movements, which made him very uncomfortable. Do I really have to disassemble all the demonic energy in my body? As always, after collecting the ownerless souls here, Han Fei began to try to disassemble all the demonic energy in his body. Unlike disassembling a little demonic energy, he now had 15,392 points of demonic energy in his body. This was not a small number. If he disassembled it bit by bit, it would be impossible to complete it without a few years. Han Fei grinned. "I can refine myself as a spiritual weapon. Then I'll pass your ancient 72-floor demon realm." There was no spirit gatherer among sea demons. They might have a way to gather demonic energy, but no sea demon had ever mobilized the demonic energy between heaven and earth. Otherwise, when a sea demon mastered the means of a spirit gatherer and the spirit refining technique, it was very likely that he could disassemble demonic energy. Of course, this was not a simple thing either. Just like Han Fei, he was thinking too, if he only disassembled all the demonic energy in his body, there would only be so much demonic energy after disassembly. Once it was used up, it would be over. But if he wanted all the demonic energy in his body to be this large in the future, he needed to solve this problem fundamentally. When the demonic energy or spiritual energy entered his body, it would automatically be disassembled, which was the key to the problem. So Han Fei tried to use the spirit fusing scripture and the spirit gatherer at the same time. After a while, Han Fei shook his head. No, the spirit fusing scripture doesn't seem to be enough. Han Fei immediately thought of something. Since the spirit fusing scripture was no longer enough, he naturally had to deduce a refining technique that could be used. Although the power of the demon purification pot couldn't be used, deduction was not an option. The demon purification pot could complete that on its own, provided that there was enough spiritual energy. Deduce. Han Fei had 60 million points of spiritual energy, and it only required 5 million points to deduce the spirit fusing scripture, which was enough. A moment later, a message appeared in the gray fog in his mind. Spirit fire transformation. Heaven level, high quality. Note, it is a method to refine all things. It can transform into 100 flames and coincides with the origin of all things. In the hands of different people, it could display different effects. Derived cultivation method. Solution of all things completion rate. 0/10, 000, 6 hours later. A scarlet flame appeared on Han Fei's fingertip, and 100 points of spiritual energy were cracking and melting in the demonic fire. With his other hand, Han Fei forcibly pulled out half of the demonic energy with the help of a spirit gatherer. It took him half an hour to dismantle the 100 points of spiritual energy. Phew! It was probably because he was not familiar enough with the spiritual fire transformation. If he wanted to completely master it, it would probably take more than a month. I can't wait any longer. Let's do it bit by bit. After entering the ancient 72-floor demon realm, Han Fei seemed to have entered a huge treasure house. There were a large number of ownerless souls in the treasury for him to collect. Just for these ownerless souls, Han Fei had to go all the way. This was much faster than the enhancement of his soul brought by the improvement of his realm. Time flew by. 7 days passed in a flash, and the outside world was already crowded with people. There were a lot of names appearing on the demon stele at the same time, and people kept coming out and going in. However, there was only one name, so the progress was very slow. But as long as he moved, there would be something amazing. At this moment, Yu Fei's name had dominated all the rankings from the first floor to the 35th floor. One person occupied 35 seats, which was an unprecedented event in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Naturally, it attracted countless people to come and watch. At this time, even a fool knew that the Azure Sea Blue Demon was a peerless heavenly talent. A peerless heavenly talent evolved from a legendary creature. 6 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather had come, and the heavenly talents of the 10,000 Demon Tower had all arrived. Some people wanted to witness this miracle, while others wanted to see when Han Fei would fail. After all, what the 10,000 Demon Valley half-mermaids and half-mermaids failed to do for thousands of years was done by an Azure Sea Blue Demon. No one would be able to accept this. At the forefront, someone said with a solemn expression, "After the 36th floor, it's no longer as simple as disassembling spiritual energy. Can this Yu Fei still make it?" Someone had already stood next to Yu Ji and asked, "Yu Ji, where did you find this person? It seems that he is quite talented in disassembling spiritual energy. When he comes out, his strength will almost double." Someone said to Yu Ji, "I'm afraid you can't subdue this person. I'm afraid he is even more talented than you and me, isn't he?" Yu Ji had been waiting here for 7 days. She had mixed feelings. She didn't expect this. Who could have known that the person she met randomly would be so talented? However, Yu Ji changed her mind about subduing Han Fei. If Han Fei was so talented, then there would definitely be a place for him in the exploration of the demon realm in a few days. Even in the future, Han Fei would always consider her. After all, it was she who protected Han Fei all the way. Yu Ji said lightly, "Let's wait for him to come out." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, Yu Fei is already the first on the 36th floor." Yu Ji's eyes flashed. It seems that he has completed the decomposition and transformation of all the demonic energy in his body. Han Fei had already stepped into the 37th floor. Ghost Spirit Fish? As soon as he came in, Han Fei felt his blood freeze. How could he survive this? The Ghost Spirit Fish was something he had encountered in the Level 3 fishery. This was a kind of transparent and slender silver-gray fish, which had the power to directly attack souls and could even parasitize souls. It couldn't be hit physically and could only attack souls. However, Han Fei didn't know how to attack souls. As soon as he came in, the spiritual pressure in the sky suddenly fell. Puff! Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood, and then blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. In his mind, the demon purification pot seemed to be trembling, as if it was forcibly blocking the spiritual attacks in the sky. Damn it! After the 36th floor, it turns out to be spiritual attacks. Han Fei already knew the rules. Every time a creature appeared, it was actually to test the strength of the trial takers. The first 36 floors tested Han Fei's physique and mastery of demonic energy. The ownerless souls didn't seem to be a test, but were accidentally discovered by him. They were left by those dead trial takers, and then absorbed by him. The next 36 floors had just begun, but Han Fei felt that he couldn't hold on anymore. No, these ghost spirit fish are not real and can't parasitize other people's souls. Therefore, they only have the ability to attack souls, but not the ability to parasitize. Han Fei covered his head. His divine soul was indeed powerful now. However, he had been passively defending against soul attacks and couldn't kill the opponent. How could he go down? The first thing that came to Han Fei's mind was the soul-splitting technique. At this time, Han Fei roared, and with an indescribable pain, a ray of blue light appeared. The deep blue divine soul landed directly on a ghost spiritual fish. The next moment, Han Fei felt a burst of violence. He seemed to be fighting with something for control of his body. Possession. At that moment, Han Fei felt as if there were two of him. One was guarding his soul, and the other was fighting with an unknown spiritual power as if they were fighting. In his soul perception, it was a wisp of ownerless soul. However, somehow, the ownerless soul could turn into a ghost spirit fish and had the consciousness to attack. Under his crazy snatching, the wisp of ownerless soul was assimilated. However, Han Fei himself was bleeding, gasping for breath and covering his head with his hands. If it weren't for the demon purification pot's protection, at this moment he just wanted to escape from this demon realm. No, the soul-splitting technique can kill it. In this case, I'll possess it first. Under the unbearable pain, wisps of souls floated out of Han Fei's mind. When 49 wisps floated out, Han Fei suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. No, I can't split anymore. Han Fei had already split his soul very carefully, almost splitting all the ownerless souls he had snatched on the first 36 floors. Then he split nearly 20% of his divine soul. Only then did 49 wisps of soul flames condense. About 10 breaths later, about 50 ghost spirit fishes were possessed. And once the ghost spirit fish were possessed, the ownerless souls lost their sense of power and became ownerless souls again. Under Han Fei's control, they continued to possess the next batch of ghost spirit fish. But what Han Fei didn't know was, on the demon steel outside, his name directly jumped into the top 10 the moment the first batch of ghost spirit fish died. This scene caused countless people to exclaim in surprise. Someone was shocked. How could he be so fast? The ghost spirit fish on the 37th floor can't be killed without a powerful soul bombardment. Why didn't he find a way to quickly enter the next floor? Why did he fight with the ghost spirit fish? Even Qixue, Huan was very surprised. It seems that I still underestimated him. No wonder he is a legendary creature. Not only has he inherited the overlord body, but even his spiritual secret method is so powerful. Someone frowned. It's more than powerful. Spiritual secret methods are extremely rare for both sea demons and human beings. We're even better than humans. But Yu Fei can launch such a powerful spiritual attack as soon as he transformed. I'm afraid it's also the power of inheritance, right? Someone agreed. Or Yu Fei's bloodline has actually been awakened? If it hadn't been awakened, how could his spiritual secret method be so terrifying? The second chapter. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 767. Many people outside were still praising Han Fei, thinking that he was talented. Who knew? At this moment, Han Fei was leaning against the rock wall, constantly using the divine healing technique on himself. However, because Han Fei was using demonic energy now, the divine healing technique was no longer a holy white light, but a strange bright red. However, no matter what color it was useful. Han Fei was also puzzled. In fact, sea demons could actually use all kinds of techniques that human beings practiced. So, why didn't the 5 major professions exist among sea demons? Han Fei felt that if the combat skills were interoperable and pure spiritual energy turned into demonic energy, then theoretically, the 5 major professions should still be able to develop, unless human beings and sea demons had different physiques. In this special profession, they needed to use the meridians all over their body, so the sea demons didn't develop the 5 major professions. Han Fei curled his lips, stabbing around with a harpoon every day, and his combat skills were purely for killing. That was not a bad thing. If not for this, how could sea demons be the opponent of human beings? After a while, Han Fei's injuries were almost healed. Han Fei frowned and was about to go to the next floor. If there was no accident, there should be no more ghost, spiritual fish on the next floor. It was estimated that there would only be new creatures on the 55th floor. Then the 55th floor was the most difficult floor in the ancient 72 floor demon realm. The 38th floor. Han Fei stepped in, only to feel as if his head was being pricked by a needle. It seemed that there was an inexplicable force in the sea, trying to pierce his soul. But this force was not an attack, but more like a kind of ownerless soul bumping around. With the eyes of true vision, Han Fei smiled. There were more ownerless souls here. Han Fei was very excited. From beginning to end, Han Fei liked to absorb these ownerless souls the most. Collecting them was as simple as collecting spiritual energy. However, he didn't know how many of these blue flames there were. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his soul power was at least 20% stronger than before he came in, and his perception in all aspects was also much stronger. Unfortunately, he tried to cultivate the God-scaring painting here. He didn't know what kind of power affected him, but he couldn't concentrate. However, this matter was not urgent. Since his soul had been strengthened, his memory of the God-scaring painting would definitely be accelerated. Perhaps when he went out, he would remember another 10 or so pieces of the God-scaring painting. Han Fei was quite curious. What was painted on the God-scaring painting? He had previously guessed that it was a visualization diagram. However, shouldn't there also be some kind of portrait in the visualization diagram? Now, in the God-scaring painting, there was not even a clue of the painting. This was what made him anxious. At this moment, Han Fei collected the ownerless souls and walked for about 1,000 meters, only to see that the end of the road was blocked. On the grayish-white rock wall, there was a row of strange words. Words. There were only a few words in this line, and they were twisted like the marks left by a crab. To say that it was a character would be overestimating it. He closed his eyes and sensed in his mind. The demon purification pot did not record this thing, so it was probably not some kind of demonic technique. However, when he looked at the line of words, he felt a little uneasy, as if he was being watched by something. Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. When he saw this line of words, he felt a wave of mental power drilling into his brain. Spiritual energy. On those unknown words, there seemed to be some kind of spiritual power exuding. Han Fei released some of his spiritual energy, only to feel that there was a spiritual entity in his body, imprinting on those words. Let me copy it. Han Fei couldn't help but be a little curious. Was the content of this level to copy these words? Is this also a test? Han Fei directly released his spiritual energy and imprinted on these evil words. Word by word, he copied it. It felt like he was just beginning to learn how to manipulate objects. It felt like he was walking against the wind and had to withstand a gust of strong wind. However, he was used to the 10,000 knives in one technique, so copying a few words was nothing. Han Fei copied it fluidly like flowing water, and it took him less than 10 seconds in total. After copying this line of words, the passage of the array was immediately opened. Han Fei sneered. So this is it? The ancient 72-floor demon realm is just SOSO. Outside, the onlookers were already numb. Yu Fei's name had become the top of the 37th floor. Someone couldn't help but laugh. It's over. We have no chance. How can it be so easy to be the first? Someone sighed. Another top of the list. It seems that even the spiritual energy copying can't stop him. Someone suddenly said, Look, he entered the 38th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei's name swooshed to the first place again. The group of people was speechless. Wow, How can he be so fast? Sea King Almighty, has he finished copying it just like that? Someone exclaimed. Look, he entered the 39th floor. In less than 10 minutes, someone was shocked again. First, he is first again. Look, he's on the 41st floor. F*CK, he's on the 49th floor? Is he crazy? He's on the 54th floor. The outside world went crazy. Han Fei strolled leisurely in the demon realm as if he were shopping. He was too proficient in attracting ownerless souls with the soul-splitting technique. As for copying those words, even though it was a little shaky, it would only take 100 breaths for him to successfully copy them. It was not difficult at all. Seeing the teleportation array on the 55th floor open, Han Fei scratched his head. I wonder what I will face on this floor. He raised his foot and stepped in. Hula! In an instant, Han Fei guarded his soul tightly, and a large number of strange sounds accompanied by spiritual energy attacks tried to attack his mind. He didn't even need to look to know that it was a tsunami jellyfish. When he left the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei sealed this thing in the blood-drinking knife. It was invincible. The knife whistled out, which was simply the best way to seal a creature. At this moment, what Han Fei saw was not one or two tsunami jellyfish, but a group of tsunami jellyfish. Han Fei only felt that his ears were buzzing. However, it was better than last time because he was prepared and didn't bleed. Soul-splitting technique. Blue flames floated out one after another, and the possession battle began again. Puff! After 10 minutes, Han Fei vomited the first mouthful of blood. However, the corners of his mouth were cracked, and he was smiling. He had passed this level. Half an hour later, Han Fei's soul returned, and he felt extremely full. From the moment he entered the ancient 72-floor demon realm to now, his soul had been strengthened by at least 30%. As Han Fei expected, starting from the 56th floor, he began to copy again. This time, it was much more difficult to copy. Han Fei frowned slightly. Fortunately, it's acceptable. It's not a big problem. There were exclamations outside, but Han Fei couldn't hear them. He was very excited at the moment. Going down floor by floor, there were almost no obstacles. When Han Fei walked to the 71st floor, the copy had become very difficult. However, it only took Han Fei half an hour to pass the level. Outside, Yu Ji and the other peerless heavenly talents were all shocked. Yu Ji murmured, "Is it the 71st floor? Can he go up to the 72nd floor?" Yu Yin and the others were dumbfounded. No, the 72nd floor belongs to the half-mermaids, not the azure sea blue demons. Qixue Huan and the other super-strong masters were also breathing heavily at this moment. On the side, Yu Hanjia looked calm. The 72nd floor is a floor that no one can go up to. No one has entered it since ancient times. Qixue Huan nodded. Not necessarily. When a real heavenly talent is born, nothing is impossible. Just when everyone was waiting anxiously, a terrifying pressure descended. Qixue Huan and the others hurriedly put their hands on their chests and bowed their heads to greet it. Lord Feather. In their field of vision, a person appeared. Yes, if Han Fei were here, he would definitely cry out in shock. This was a person, a strong master in the appearance of a human. Blue Feather stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the demon's steel, and shook his head slightly, indicating that no one should pay attention to him. At the moment he arrived, suddenly, Han Fei's name appeared on the 72nd floor. Wow. The crowd was excited and someone exclaimed, "Yes, the 72nd floor of the demon realm has been broken? Sea King, from today on, I'm afraid no one can underestimate Yu Fei, a real peerless heavenly talent. Since the establishment of the 10,000 Demon Valley, he is the most heavenly talent." The corners of Blue Feather's mouth curled up. Finally, can someone go in? Qixue Huan was inexplicably excited. In the entire 10,000 Demon Valley, He and Yu Fei would be the closest in the future. Neither of them was a half-mermaid, which laid the foundation of their relationship. Qixue Huan even wondered if he should cancel the 3 agreements with Han Fei. How could such a person be restrained? If he could establish a friendship with Han Fei now, it would definitely benefit him in the future. Qixue Huan even thought that this was not Yu Fei's chance, but his. However, when Han Fei stepped onto the 72nd floor, a voice transmission echoed in his ears. "You're finally here." Han Fei was surprised. "Who are you?" The owner of the voice didn't answer. However, a phantom condensed in the water. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Third night, asking for votes. Today, cough, cough." Part of the reason is that the 3rd night, tomorrow the 4th night. Don't panic. The story will be told slowly. I'm helping the protagonist accumulate strength to plan for great things. End of this chapter. Chapter 768. Han Fei's eyes were full of shock. It was not because of what the man said, but because the guy who appeared in front of him was a human being. It didn't have a tail, and it didn't have a mouth full of steel teeth. Instead, it looked like a pure human. This person had the appearance of a young man. His facial features were regular, and there was a heroic spirit between his brows. He also had the aura of a scholar. Moreover, the clothes he was wearing were not battle robes, but a set of muslin clothes. He reminded Han Fei of a person that Han Fei had almost forgotten, Li Huang from the Undersea City. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Are you a wisp of soul or a drop of essence blood?" The man asked. "Sure enough, aren't you surprised that I'm not of the same race as you?" Han Fei pretended to be stunned. "Human." The man laughed and said, "Aren't you human?" Han Fei thought quickly. "Do I look like a human being?" The man laughed. The strong sea demons can basically transform into human beings. Of course, there were also people who could transform into sea demons. Don't you agree? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "I don't know what you are talking about." The man shook his head slightly. "Don't hide it. Although it's much harder for a human to transform into a sea demon than a sea demon to transform into a human. However, it was not impossible. If you weren't a human, you wouldn't be able to enter the 72nd floor. If you weren't human, how could you have barged in so easily? Do you really think that your innate talent is boundless?" When Han Fei was about to speak, the man said, "You must not know that the so-called 72-floor demon realm does not refer to the 71st floor below. They were all used to help others cultivate. But because of this, the ancient 72-floor demon realm is called the ancient 72-floor demon realm." Han Fei took a breath. "Then, what's different about the 72nd floor?" The man turned into a human and walked casually, looking Han Fei up and down. "Can you still change back? If you have cultivated the demonification technique and don't have a way to reverse it, you shouldn't be able to enter. But now that you're in the form of a siren, you can probably change back, right?" Han Fei was surprised. "How are you so sure that I'm a human being?" The man nodded. Han Fei asked again, "But if you are a human, why isn't the ancient 72-floor demon realm built on human territory? What if it's in the territory of the sea demons?" The man smiled faintly and said, "Because of the vicissitudes of life, the human territory was submerged, and the ancient 72-floor demon realm was also submerged. Originally, this place was full of spirit chi, and there was no demonic chi. But later, this place was filled with demonic aura, and it became a sacred cultivation ground for sea demons." Han Fei was thinking calmly. He felt that he had been cheated too many times. For example, the people in the Snow God's palace were also full of nice words at first, but they turned out to be a bunch of liars. What if he returned to his human form and this person said, "Okay, so you really are a human"? What could he do when faced with such words? Seeing that Han Fei was thinking, the man said lightly, "Did you see the demons still below when you came in?" Han Fei nodded. I did. The man smiled warmly and said, "Originally, there was no tablet here. After I died, I erected this monument to protect the 72nd floor." Han Fei frowned. Protect what? The man put his hands behind his back and raised his head slightly. I see. This place is called the ancient 72-floor demon realm, a sacred cultivation ground for our human race. As long as you are talented and enter the 72nd floor, you can learn the way to enter the Soul Sea. Do you know the Soul Sea? Han Fei was shocked. Soul Sea? He really wanted to know the answer to this question. The Soul Sea was a good place. He had entered it by accident. Then he possessed Little Black and ate crazily. His level soared rapidly, and it was simply the best place for spiritual beasts to upgrade. Han Fei lowered his head, and his eyes were full of horror. No one had ever mentioned the word Soul Sea to him. But today, at the top of the ancient 72-floor demon realm in the 10,000 Demon Valley, someone mentioned it. The man smiled gently. You know it? It's incredible. It turns out that after the Age of Chaos, there are still people who know about the Soul Sea. Han Fei looked up. I once heard about the Soul Sea in a secret realm called the Snow God's Palace. However, I only know this name. It seems to be a place where spiritual beasts live. The man looked at Han Fei's eyes, and after a long time he smiled and said, It seems to be a good excuse. You have a strong demonic aura, so you have to change it back to normal in order to enter the Soul Sea. You just need to know that I don't have to lie to you. Otherwise, why haven't I let a sea demon come up since ancient times? Han Fei was silent, thinking quickly. After thinking for a long time, he finally couldn't think of any way to verify the identity of the other party. Suddenly, he heard the man say, You don't believe me, so you want to verify whether I am a human or not? Han Fei was stunned. How did he know what he was thinking? The man smiled gently. Follow me. The two of them walked through a vast cave. Han Fei found that this cave was much larger than he had imagined. Even the 71 floors below were not as vast as this one. The man took Han Fei to a circle of murals and chuckled. Look, this is the scene of the ancient 72-floor demon realm being submerged. Look at this person, it's me. Following the direction of the man's finger, Han Fei saw a cylindrical giant city in the mural. 10,000 Demon Tower? As soon as Han Fei said this name, his eyes suddenly became blurred. His consciousness seemed to be sucked into the mural. The next second, he entered an illusory world. This was a very obvious illusory world. Han Fei was like a bystander standing high in the sky. At that time, the 10,000 Demon Tower was indeed built on a piece of land. Hoop! Several figures passed through the sky, but unfortunately there was no sound. Not far away, about 20 kilometers or so, there was the coastline. A huge octopus, larger than the sea monster he had imagined, larger than the cloud whale he had seen. At this moment, it was swinging its huge tentacles and slapping them. Above the sky, there was a giant void handprint, slapping from the sky to the ground. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, the big handprint ignited heavy flames in midair and bathed in the fire. In the cylindrical city, not far away, thousands of people spread their wings, like big birds flying across the sky, and quickly rushed towards the coastline. Han Fei was shocked. They were all hidden fissures. Are they so worthless? These hidden fissures were like immortals, whizzing past in front of Han Fei. Han Fei could even see that many armorists' armor boxes had been opened, with streams of light spurting out. The hidden fissures rushed into the deep sea and disappeared. Suddenly, Han Fei was attracted by the crimson above his head. He couldn't help but be shocked. Who was fighting in the sky? Crimson light illuminated the entire sky. Then Han Fei saw a human being and a monster of unknown species covered in scales with a long tail were fighting fiercely. The two of them punched each other hard. Every time they punched, the white clouds rolled, and the airwaves spread for thousands of meters without dissipating. When Han Fei saw the man's face, he was surprised to find that this person was the one he had just seen. This person was fighting fiercely, and his fist mark was as bright as the sun, as if he had blasted out a scorching sun, illuminating the sky. Just when the two of them were fighting in front of him, the man's fist mark, like a spurting fire dragon, punched through 100 kilometers and blasted the monster into the deep sea. Then a huge octopus tentacle was pulled out of the void. It was grabbed by him with both hands, and with a pull, the giant octopus that seemed to be tens of thousands of meters tall was pulled out of the sea. Then a giant 1,000 meters tall blasted it with his fist mark. However, the octopus was too huge, and the 1,000-meter tall giant was no match for it. Just when he bombarded the octopus, above the sky, a starlight flickered and fell from the sky. How could Han Fei see this level of attack clearly? In an instant, a harpoon and this person's fist mark collided. However, this person didn't block it. His fist was shattered, and a big hole was pierced through his chest. This person finally stopped using his fist, but pulled out his sword. The sword swung like a rainbow, scattering the clouds for dozens of kilometers and swept upward. However, the harpoon was like a bright sun, shattering the sword shadow with a single strike, and the floating waves dispersed the clouds for hundreds of kilometers. Then a big hand came out of nowhere, holding the harpoon, and the other hand dragged this person, flying towards the cultivation canyon, which was the current ancient 72-floor demon realm. In Han Fei's eyes, the last thing left was a delicate and very beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a thin gauze dress. Wait, that was not a gauze dress, but fins like a holy gauze dress? Han Fei immediately looked at the woman's legs. Yes, she had a pair of legs and feet, and they were very beautiful. She didn't wear shoes, and her little feet were very white and tender. Han Fei was surprised. A mermaid. The picture suddenly disappeared, and this magnificent picture, like a 5D movie, suddenly disappeared. Han Fei's mind returned. Han Fei turned his head in astonishment and looked at the person. You, the person nodded. Yes, there are royal families among the sea demons. The real sea demon powerhouses are too powerful, and even I can't resist them. Han Fei took a deep breath. Then the woman, just now, has she turned into a human form? The person nodded. Of course, and she is very beautiful. To be precise, none of the sea demon royal families are ugly. Even those ordinary clam girls are so beautiful that it's tempting. Han Fei took a deep breath. Then where? Where does she live? The person was taken aback, and there was a trace of astonishment on his gentle face. No, it's been so many years. How would I know where she lives? Young man, there are still many beautiful women. Even if you find her, she is too old. Maybe she has already become a pile of bones. Han Fei rolled his eyes. No, I mean, where is this race? Now, this place is full of inferior man-fish, red demons, half-mermaids. There have never been such beautiful women here. The person chuckled. Nonsense. They live on the other side of the infinite ocean. Of course, you can't see them. It's impossible for you, a peak-level hanging fisher, to cross the infinite ocean. Han Fei asked, What strength do I have to cross the infinite ocean? The person looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. Have you ever thought about the infinite ocean? You haven't fallen in love with a mermaid royal family, have you? Han Fei was about to explain when he heard the person say, Actually, it's nothing. In history, there was a period of time when the human race and the sea demons were quite harmonious. They traded goods with each other, and there were many marriages. Han Fei was shocked. What? There's such a situation? The person smiled and said, Of course. In the end of cultivation, is race important? I once read an ancient book, which said that a guy married an octopus as his wife. TSK. I heard that his wife was very smart. She changed her personality every day, and he fell in love with a different personality every day. TSK, I really don't know how he could stand it. Han Fei, the person said, okay, let's not talk about this. My time is limited. Can you turn back into a human first? First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter.